Wonderful. We can authenticate our user. So now let's work on authorizing the permissions. And I want to start from the very scratch, where I'm just going to create a function. And technically, if you want, you can set up a separate middleware file, but in my case, I'm going to do it in the same one, just so I don't have to deal with require and all that. So I'm going to go here with authorize, and then permissions. That's going to be my middleware permissions over here. And eventually we'll look for arguments, but not for now. We'll just hardcode in the first video. And let's just start with log. And we're going to be looking for some kind of text. And I'm just going to say admin route. Now, I will need a few things here. I'll need a rec, res, and next. Now, eventually we'll return a function from this function, but let's not get carried away. For now, I just want to go with next because I do want to pass this to the next middleware. So if we're successful, if it is an admin, then we'll pass it on to the next route. If not, then we'll throw an error. And for time being, I just want to see whether everything works. So we'll go with authorized permissions. Then we want to navigate to our user routes, I believe. So we're going to go here, user routes, and then notice where we're getting the authenticate user. I also want to look for authorize permissions. And like I said, eventually we will pass some arguments, but not for now. Now we just want to go to get all users, since that's the route where I want to implement. And the placement here is very important. We want to first authenticate the user, and only then we want to check for the admin. Again, let me repeat. We first want to authenticate the user, and only then we'll check for the admin, because in the authorized permissions in this middleware, we'll right away access that rec.user, and we'll just check for the role. Again, very important. So the way we set it up, we have multiple middlewares. Either you can set up array, or you can just add a comma here, and you can say authorized permissions. Now let me send one more time, and I just want to see this console log. I just want to see that everything works, the admin route. So let's go here to get all users. Again, at this point, it doesn't really matter which user you have. I think in my case, I have John. So let me send it. And if you see in the console admin route, then we can proceed to the next step. What is the next step? Well, in the first video, we'll just hardcode. We'll simply say, hey, if the role is admin on a rec.user, awesome. Then we proceed to the route. What is the route? Well, in this case, get all users. If not, then we'll throw error. What error? Well, we haven't created that one yet, because that is not unauthenticated. Remember, unauthenticated is 401. If we take a look at the errors, this one is 401. What we want to do right now is 403, where the access is forbidden. So first, let's start very basic, where we'll just go here in the function, and I'll say if rec user, since I have access to it. That's the whole point. Since this is the second middleware, I already have access to this one. So I'll say here, if rec.user role is not equal to admin, then I'll throw the error. Now, we haven't created the forbidden yet, correct? So first, we want to go to the errors. In there, we'll create a new file, and I'm going to go for unauthorized, JS. We want to take the unauthenticated code, copy and paste here, and then we'll still look for custom API. So that's our main class. We'll still do the same thing, but in this case, it's going to be called unauthorized error. So let's go here with unauthorized, like so. And then we want to export that. And then we also want to change the code here. Like I said, it's not going to be 401. It's going to be 403, which is forbidden. We save it, and back in the index.js, in the errors, we want to create a new one. So call this one unauthorized. So let's say unauthorized, and you know what? Since I want to speed this up a little bit, I'm just going to copy and paste. So I'll say unauthorized from unauthorized. So the same file here, unauthorized, and then we want to export. So now in the authentication middleware, we'll have that error as well. So in here, I'll say if it's not a admin, then what I want to do, I want to throw new, and let's just say custom error dot, and now I'm looking for unauthorized error. And here, let's just say unauthorized to access this route. And once we have this in place, now only the admin is going to be able to see all the users. Let's test it out. Let's go back. Let's send it. Like I said, I logged in as John. So if I go back here and if I log in as Susan, I should have no access to rest of the users. So let me log in. I get back my cookie. Great. But if I want to see all the users, I should get back unauthorized to access this route, which is just awesome. So first, we check for the user in general, whether user exists, and then we check whether the user is admin. So if I'll log out, essentially here, if I'll just send it, and then if I'll try to get all the users, then I'll get authentication invalid. And if you see the same responses in the Postman, we're moving in the right direction. The next thing that I want to do is to make this function, the authorized permission, to accept arguments. And I'll go over why is that important in the next video. Wonderful. So our basic setup works really well, where we check for the user role. If it is an admin, then we proceed to the next middleware, which is currently our all user route. If not, then we throw our unauthorized error, which is 403. But as our applications grow bigger, we need to understand one thing, where it's not always going to be admin and user. There's going to be multiple roles. And if we want to make our authorized permission function more dynamic, essentially, if in the user routes, I want to specifically say, well, which users are going to be authorized to that specific route, meaning which users with certain roles, then we want to pass in the arguments, correct? Where essentially, I'm going to invoke this function in this case. And in there, I'll pass in what user is allowed, whether that is an admin, whether that is an owner, and stuff along those lines, correct? Now, here's the problem though. Now I'm invoking this function right there. So if you want to see what's going to happen, well, let's go back. And don't worry that we don't have the owner. Again, this is just to showcase what's going to happen. First of all, we get right away authorized permissions. Well, here, this was my mistake, sorry. Let me invoke it, but we'll still get an error where we get role of undefined. Because what we need to keep in mind that once I add here these arguments, that's it. I invoke this function. I invoke the authorized permission. So it's not like I'm getting the rec, res, and next when express hits the route. No, we right away invoke this function. And this is very, very important. And this is also the question that I'm getting in my React course, where you have on-click handlers, and then you invoke the function. Students are asking, well, what's the problem? Why we have to refactor our code? And hopefully you get this, where in this case, it's not like with authenticate user, where we're getting the reference of the function, and then we invoke it when we hit the route. In this case, since I have to pass in these arguments, we invoke this right away when the application starts. And just to showcase that, if I'm going to go back to authentication, I'll now remove the code, since we'll have to create from the scratch anyway, over here. And if I'll just log my roles, and the way I'll do that, I'm just going to use a rest operator. So we go here with 3 dots, then rest. So essentially, this is going to collect everything that I'm passing in here, which is going to be an admin and a user. And if I just log the rest one, like so, you'll see that we get this result right away. We'll still get an error because, again, Express is looking for a callback function. And what we do over here, we right away invoke it. But if you scroll up, you should see in the console admin and an owner. So we're correctly passing here these two values. And eventually there will be a functionality that checks for these roles, and only if the user role matches one of them, then we're good to go. But now we have to handle this callback thing because Express is yelling at us. Express is like, hey, listen, I need a callback function. So how can we fix this mess? Well, from this authorized permission, since we invoke there and then, we want to return a function. And then that function will have access to rec, res, and next. So let's try it out. Let's go back over here. We'll still look for all the arguments with a rest operator. That still stays the same. What we want to do from this function is to return another function. So that way, this function will be used as a callback here for Express. I know I'm repeating the same thing probably 20,000 times, but this is extremely important. And also, I keep getting the same questions from the students in multiple courses about this issue. So I'm thinking that I really need to spend more time on this one and maybe be a little bit more annoying than usual. So let's go here with rec, res, and next. So this is a function that we're returning as a callback now. And now in here, as far as functionality, I want to set up that if condition. And if you want, you can keep it as a rest, but I'm just going to rename it as roles. Again, the more important one is this one, the rest operator. So this is going to collect all these values that we're passing in. And then I'm just going to check if the array includes the role that user has over here in the rec.user, because we still have access to it, then we will proceed to the next one. If not, then we'll throw that unauthorized error. How is that going to look like? I'll say if roles. So that's my array over here. Let me scroll up. This is the same array. So I can use includes method on it. I can say if it does not include the role that is on the user object, so rec.user and the role, then we'll throw the error. What error? Well, the same one. So we'll say throw new and then custom error dot, and then we're looking for unauthorized error, and let's do the same thing. My apologies, I probably shouldn't have deleted it, but hey, it is what it is. Authorized to access this route. Let's save it here. And then I also want to set up next, correct? So we're returning this function, and then right outside the if block, I'm going to go with next, and then I'll invoke it. So now what happens, we'll check for the roles. If one of the roles matches to whatever we have for the user, awesome. User will have access to the data, to the route. If not, then we'll kick back with unauthorized error. And like I said, the whole point for this refactoring was so we can set up here whatever users we want. So eventually we might have some more roles, not just admin, not just user. Maybe there's going to be some other roles, like, for example, owner. So in this case, again, it's not really going to matter because we don't have the owner, but just to showcase why we would want to refactor the code, I added this owner as well. So now let's go back to the Postman. I do want to log in as John first, just to showcase that we can access the route. So I can see all the users. Why? Well, because I'm an admin. Now, if I'll log out, or, you know, we can just log in right away with Susan, doesn't really matter. Let's just say Susan here, secret, awesome. And if I'll try to get all the users with Susan, nope, no can do. Now, of course, if I go back to the user routes and if I say, yeah, not only admin, but also a user can do that, well, then we should be successful. So hopefully it is clear why we had to return a function, because we invoke authorized permissions right when we start a program. And that's why we have to return a function from it. And there we just check whatever roles are being passed in. So we use REST operator, we collect all the values, and then we return a function which is going to be used as that callback function. And then I just check whether the user role that is currently trying to access the route matches any of the roles that I have in the array. If it doesn't, then we have 403. If everything is correct, we proceed to the next middleware, which is our get all users route. Wonderful. And once we're done setting up our authorized permissions function, now I want to work on probably the easiest route ever, but I just want to give you a little intro. Why is it necessary to have this route? Why essentially it is useful? And you see, on your front end, you'll be refreshing the application, correct? Whether that is when the user just gets there, or maybe for some reason, user navigates, I don't know, using the URL bar or something like that. And therefore, it's very useful to have a route that quickly checks, well, is there a user? And if it is a user, what's the name? What is the role? And all that cool stuff. So as you're looking at this application, notice that the first thing it does once we refresh, it makes this get route. And what is the URL? Well, API version 1 users and then show me. And essentially it gets back 401, and that means that there is no user currently. But if I'll change my mind, if I go with my famous John login, and if I type here my password, I should get back my user. Hello there, John, yada, yada, yada. And if we refresh right now, we are successful. So essentially, we get back the correct user. So if I go here to the network, notice again, the first thing that we do is make a request to the show me. And in this case, it is successful. It is 200. And we get right away the data. Now, why it's so useful? Because it doesn't even query the database. How we can do that? Well, if we take a look at the authentication, what is over here? It's our user, correct? So as far as show me, I can just quickly say, hey, authenticate this route using authenticate user, and then grab me the properties that we get back from the cookie. If the user is there, essentially, if the token is still valid, then beautiful. So this is my user. So that's the name, that's the role, and all that cool stuff. So I can right away showcase on the front end. If the user hasn't logged in, if the token has expired, then we'll throw back the error, and then front end knows, okay, there is no user. I don't have to worry about that functionality. How do we set that up? Well, first we navigate to user routes, and what do we need to use? Authenticate user middleware, correct? Because that's the one that gets us the request.user. So let's go here, authenticate user. Now I don't want to add permissions. This is for all of them. This is for admin, user, owner, or whatever. And then we want to go back to our routes. Sorry, controllers more precisely. So user controller, where is the current user? It's right here. Where is the user sitting? It's sitting on a request. So we can simply say here, res.status. Status. We'll pass in status codes. We'll say okay. And then as far as the JSON, in my case, I'll set up the user object and I'll set it equal to rec.user. Can you send directly rec.user? Yes, of course. It's just on my front ends, I usually check for the user and then the rest of the properties instead of the entire object that I'm getting back. Again, that is just my preference. So now if we go back to the Postman where we have the current user, if I send without providing any parameters, that's very, very important. We're not doing anything. We're not providing anything. We don't have to make a post request. That's it. I get back that I have the Susan. If I'll log in as John, what do you think I'll see over there? I'll see John and the role will be admin. Hopefully this makes sense. Hopefully you see why it's so cool to have this route. And hopefully you can see that we are not querying the database. We are just getting the user that we placed in a token. And that's why it was very, very important for us to only add the properties in that token that are not sensitive. You definitely don't want to send back password this way or anything along those lines. Notice here, I just get the name, I get the user ID, which is very, very useful for my upcoming requests, as well as the role. Can you add more stuff? Yes, of course you can. So just keep this in mind. And now we can move on to the next step. Beautiful. And once we can get the current user, next I want to work on update user password functionality. And the steps are following. First, I want to tell you right from the get-go that it's going to be almost identical to a login user. So if you get stuck, feel free to go and take a peek how we set that one up. First, I want you to add authenticate user middleware to the route. We only want authenticated users to access it. And we'll also grab the user ID from rec.user. Then we want to check for old password and new password that are going to be coming in the rec.body. If one of them is missing, we'll throw 400. Again, just my preference. Technically, remember that we'll still get the mongoose error if one of them is going to be missing. Then we'll look for rec.user user ID. So look for user using the user ID that is on the rec.user. We'll check if the old password matches with a password using user compare password. So old password is going to be the one that is currently stored in the database. If no match, we'll go with 401. So we'll say, hey, invalid credentials. And then if everything is good, we set the user password equal to a new password. And at the very, very end, we're going to go here with user.save. So we'll go with await user.save option that also saves our instance. So let's start working on that. First, I want to go to user routes. And like I said, I want to add my authenticate user in front of this route for two reasons. First, I only want authenticated users to access it. That's number one. And number two, I want to get the user that is on rec.user. Then we want to navigate to user controller. We're looking for update user. And like I said, in the rec.body, or I'm sorry, not update user. My apologies. Let me double check. So this is update user password. Yes, misspoke. Let me take a look. Yep. Over here, I want to check whether there is an old password and new password. So old password as well as new password. Both of them are coming in the rec.body. Let's save that one. Then let's throw an error if one of them is missing. And just to speed this up, I'm going to go to my auth controller and I'm just checking here whether one of them is missing. Then we'll throw the error. Now, of course, I just need to change here values that I'm checking for. It's not going to be old password, or I'm sorry, it's not going to be email. It's going to be old password and new password. New password. And as far as the error message, I'm just going to say, please provide both values. Both values. If you want to be a bit more explicit, that's really up to you. Then we want to get the user using find one. So let's say const user is equal to await. And we're looking for user.find1. And I want to look for the ID. I'll say where the ID matches that of the rec.user user ID. And in this case, I'm not going to check whether user exists because there is no functionality for us to remove the user. And if we can pass authenticate user, that means token exists. And that also means that in that token, there should be a user with a valid ID. Now, what I do want to check for, though, is the password. I'll say const is password correct. And this is, again, coming from the login route. So await. And we're going to go with user. And remember, instance method, compare password. And we just want to pass in the old password. It's very important. We're not passing in the new one. Now, if there is some kind of issue, so say if and is password correct. If that's not the case, then again, we go with throw new custom error, then dot, and we're looking for unauthenticated. So say, hey, you're trying to do something that you're not allowed since your password doesn't match. So let's say here, invalid credentials. And then we want to finally save that password. So if we pass both of these checks, then we can simply say user.password. So we have access to the user, and then whatever is the password value, well, we want to set it equal to a new password, and then we can just save the user. So that will save that user with a new password. Now we still need to use await, then user, so instance, and we'll go with save method. We save it here. Now, if you're wondering about this save method, essentially it's a method we can use on a document, and it provides another option for us when we want to create new or update existing document. And there are going to be some instances where we'll go with this method instead. Now, there's nothing wrong with using methods available on the model. So think create, find one and update, and etc. It's just a nice alternative that we will utilize from time to time. If you want to find out more on the method, just navigate to Mongoose Docs and utilize the search bar. And then we want to send back some kind of response. So res.status. We'll go with status codes. We'll say OK. And just like some other requests, frontend is really not going to be looking for any kind of value. Once the frontend will see that, yep, everything is good to go, then it's just going to display some kind of message. Now, if you want to be a bit more helpful to your frontend, you can pass here the message. But again, if there is an error, yes, there's going to be one route that the frontend is going to take. If there is success, then we'll do something else. But in most cases, it's not really going to depend on the message that you're sending here. So we'll say here success, and let's just say password updated. All right, let's take this baby for a test drive. So I want to navigate back to my Postman, I guess, right? So I'm going to navigate there, and let's just try it out with Susan, I think. So let me log in user. And in this case, I'm going to go with Susan. So let's say email is equal to susan@gmail.com. And then password is going to be secret. So let's go here with secret. Let's log in as Susan. Yep, we're good to go. Now let's update the password. So update user password here. And I'm going to go with old password secret and then new secret. So that's going to be my new password. Let's send it. Yep, we're good to go. So now if I try to log in as Susan and secret, I should get back the error. I have invalid credentials. Awesome. So that means that I need to change this around, and I'm going to go with new secret. And lastly, I want to also showcase that we're still hashing the password. So if I go back to my MongoDB, you'll notice that I'm not storing a string of new secret. So even though we updated the password, check it out, it is still hashed. Why it's still hashed? Well, because we go with .save, correct? So we go with user.save method. And what that does, it invokes what? It invokes this guy, the pre-save hook, where again we use bcrypt and we hash the password. We go with this.password and we hash it. Hopefully that is clear. And now we can move on to the next step. Nice. And once we're done with update password functionality, we actually have only one user controller left, the update user one. But before we work on it, let's set up a create token user function in utils, since in the upcoming videos, we'll have to use the functionality one more time. And I think at this point, it's better to set up a nifty utils function instead of copying and pasting the same code. Now, what am I talking about? If we go to auth controller and keep scrolling, notice when we create the user, essentially I just grab the user and I take these properties, and that's the object that I'm returning. And effectively what I want to do, I want to set up a function because we'll use this functionality one more time. And I mean, once it's already the third time we're copying and pasting, I think that's a great time to create the utils function. So steps you need to take, go to README. And first I want you to create a file in the utils. In my case, I'm going to call this create token user. Set up the function that accepts a user object and returns a user token object. So it gets the object and returns a object with the values and properties that we have already in the auth controller. Export it as default. At least that's what I'm going to do. Then set up correct imports and exports in the utils, as well as auth controller, because we'll have to refactor the code, and then watch how I struggle doing that. So once you're done, just resume the video and see how I'm doing that. So first, I want to go to utils. I want to go with create token and user.js. Then we want to set up a function, create token user is equal. And essentially, I'm looking for the user object. And what I want to do is just take this code. So for the last time, we'll copy and paste the code. So cut it out. And then I simply want to return from this function, this object. So this is going to be looking for username, for user ID, as well as user role. All right. Then we want to export this as default. So module, exports, and then we look for create token. After that, we want to go to index.js and we want to look for the file. So let's say here const create token user is equal to require, and we're looking for the file create token user. Then we export that. So create token user. Then we go to auth controller. We check whether we're getting something from the utils. Yes, we do. So we have here attach cookies. And this is what I'm talking about, where it is my preference to set up this index.js, because that way I can just explicitly say what I'm looking from the utils. Otherwise, if you just create a bunch of files, then you'll have to set up multiple lines of imports. Is it a big deal? No, but that's just my preference. So let's go with comma and create token user. Then I'll save. I'll have some kind of bug somewhere. Probably, yep, because I removed the code. So now let's scroll down, and the first place where we use the token, let's go here and let's say create token user, and let's pass in the user. So now we're getting back the token user, and the same we'll do over here. Create token user, and then we'll just pass in the user. Now we'll use this code in the next video. So if there are some bugs, we'll see there. I'm not going to waste your time right now on checking whether everything is correct. And once you're done with this, now we can proceed to the next task. All right, and now let's knock out the update user controller as well. But in this case, I'll show you two approaches. First is going to be with find one and update, and second one will be with a user save. And you'll see in the process why I'm showing you both setups. And effectively, the steps that you need to take are following. First, I want you to add authenticate user middleware to the route. So update user. Then we want to check for name and password, because like I already said before, this is the case where we have separate functionality. We have one for the password over here. And then when it comes to updating user details, we want to be very specific, where we want to update details that are not going to mess up our authentication. For example, I don't want to add the user role, correct? I don't want user to update from the admin, or I'm sorry, from the user to the admin. Hopefully that makes sense. So therefore, in our case, we'll just check for two things in the body, for name and email. So both of them need to be present. If one of them is missing, then we go with 400, and then we'll use find one and update. Remember, the user is going to be in rec.user. And then we want to create a token and attach cookies, correct? Why? Well, because now we are changing some values, so frontend needs to know about it. So if I go from John to Susan, it would be very helpful that the frontend would know that right away. So then we can change the hello and whatever. So let's start working on that. And first I'm going to navigate there, user controller, where you know it. Actually jump the gun. First I want to go to user routes. And remember, we need to go with comma. And then we'll go with authenticate user. So that's the first step. In the user controller, we'll look for a route. So that's our update user one. And like I said, first, I want to check for email name. And this is going to be the case where both of them need to be there. And before you're wondering, well, whether that is a very realistic setup, please keep in mind that when we set up the jobs API, on the front end, I showed you that when it comes to edit, so this is going to get that one specific item. But as far as editing, you are sending a request with all the items. And that's a pretty typical setup where you already have all the current items. And if you don't want to change the company or the position, and you only want to change the status, you'll still have these ones as they are already in a database. So hopefully that makes sense. That's why we clearly can say, yeah, we're looking for all the values in our user controller. In our case, email and name. Why? Well, because in the models, I have other things as well. So I don't want a user to change the password because we already have separate route for that. And the same goes for role. I don't want, like I said, user to go from user to admin. Now, does frontend restrict that? Yes, of course it does. But in general, you don't want to have that type of security holes. Therefore, we'll go back to user controller. We're looking for email and name. So those are the two properties. If one is missing, so same deal. If email is not there or the name is not there, then what do? We throw back the error. And one more thing. Yes, of course, normally you'll check right away for that on the front end. But since we're just focusing on the back end, we want to be very diligent. So we'll go with throw new custom error dot, and we're going to go with bad request. And we'll say, please provide all values. Then we want to update the user. So we're going to go with const user is equal to await, and then user, and then find one, and update. Now we'll be looking for user whose ID matches the one that is on the rec.user. So let's go with underscore ID rec, and we're going to go with user ID. Remember, that was on our user object. Then we'll add a comma. We're looking for two values. We're looking for email and name. And lastly, we do want to add the options where we'll say new true. So return a new one. And also we want to run the validators. We'll say, yep, we also want to do that. Then, like I said, we need to create that token. We need to create that token user one more time because now our values have changed for the email and name. And technically, we're only adding here name, correct? But it's still important. It's still important for that front end to know whether we have a new name. So therefore, we'll create that token user. And this is the case where we do need to export this, or I'm sorry, I guess import more correctly. Create token user is equal to require. And then we're looking for the utils. And since we're exporting as index, we're good to go. So let's scroll back. We're looking here for the token user. Token user is equal to create token user. And we want to pass in the user. After that, we want to attach the cookies. So let's go back up. And we'll say attach cookies to response over here. So attach cookies to the response. And here we want to go with a res. So that's going to be our response. And we also want to go with user and token user. And lastly, we want to send back the response. So we'll say res dot status codes. And we'll go with OK. And let's also set up JSON. And user will be equal to a token user. We save this. And before we go to the Postman and test it out, between the videos, I've noticed that there's a little bit of a mess up here. So in the login, I was copying, pasting the res.status, and I pasted as created right over here. It's a better setup if it's just okay, because we're not creating a new resource. Not a big deal, but still better to fix it. So now let's navigate to our Postman. And in here, I have 3 users. I have John, Susan, and Peter. So let me log in as John. Looks like our create user works just fine. The create user token function we set up. So now let's see how we can update. So now let's go here to update user. And what I'm looking for here are some new values. So instead of name, I'm going to go with new and we'll send it. So let's go over here. We have new name and everything works awesome. So if you see the same results, we're in good shape. We set up the first option that we have for updating the user using find one and update method. And next video, we'll talk about another approach that we can take, and I'll cover the gotchas that we need to be aware of. Beautiful. And now let's see how we can accomplish the same result with user.save. And in the process, we'll cover some gotchas you need to be aware of. And before we do anything, before we comment out this code, and in my case, I'll leave it for your reference, what I want you to do is to go to user.js. We're looking for pre-save hook. And then let's just set up a log here. Let's say, hey there. And then I want you to go back to the Postman. And where we have update user, let's run it one more time. Doesn't really matter which values you set up or anything like that. In my case, I'm going to go back to John. I'll save and I'll send. And I can clearly see that I changed the result. So now the name is back to John. But what is more interesting, we did not invoke hey there. We can clearly see that in a server. And you'll see why this is important in the upcoming minutes. Let's now go to user, the user controller. What I want is to leave this for your reference. So we'll go here and we'll say update user with find one and update. So let me just copy this one just so I can speed this up. And what I'm going to do is just comment this one out. Basically, I'll copy and paste first, actually. Then I'll comment this one out. And then I'll move it down again, just so you can take a look if you want. So cut it out. And then right after the exports, I'll copy and paste. And let me add here a comment. So then we'll go back. And before I do anything, I'm just going to say update user with user.save. And then as far as the setup, the initial setup, this still stays the same. But we're looking for email. We're looking for name. We're still checking. If one of them is missing, send back, please provide all values. Now, the gotcha here is going to be that we're not using find one and update. Instead, I want to remove, I want to start everything from the scratch. And I'll say user is equal to await. Then user, and in this case, we'll use find one. And we'll say get me the user, where the underscore ID is equal to rec user, and then user ID. And once I get the user, we'll manually change the values. We'll say user.email is equal to an email that we're getting, correct? So that's equal to an email. And then user.name is equal to a name. And once I'm done updating the properties, so once I get the user and I set the keys equal to a new values, I also want to go with await user.save and save it. And now I want to go back to the Postman where I have john.email and all of that in the update user. And let's try it out one more time where I'm going to go with new John. I'll send it. And I can clearly see that we update the value. So there's going to be some cases where you'll want to use user.save instead, where you'll get the user, you'll update the properties manually, and then you'll use the save method. However, here comes the big gotcha. When you do that, notice the console. Notice the hey there. So where is this coming from? It's coming from pre-save hook. Now, what does that mean? Well, that means that we're messing with the password. And what is the result? Well, let's go to login user, where I know for sure that my password is secret. And let's try to do that one more time. And notice, once I go, I get back invalid credentials. Why? Because of this. Because when we use save, we are invoking the hook. And effectively, we hash the password one more time. And that's why, even though our value was correct, I mean, it was secret, but once we updated the user, that's it. We tampered with that, and now we cannot log in again. And what is the fix? Well, the fix is following, where I want you to go back to a pre-save and we'll log something. We'll log this .modify paths. So essentially, this is going to showcase what are we modifying. So let's go here and we'll say log, and we'll say this .modified paths. So notice, we're talking about this. We're talking about the user model. We invoke it. And let's go back where we have update user. Now, we will have to create this user from the scratch eventually. For now, I just want to log stuff. I want to go with new John, and maybe let's go with newjohn@gmail.com. Let's send. And now what I'm interested here is the paths that we're modifying. And notice here we go with email. And that's the path that we're modifying because we already had new John, correct? So let me maybe set them both back to John and john@gmail.com. And now you'll notice an array with two values. So now we're modifying email and name. And what's even more cool, I can specifically take a look whether the property is modified. How can I do that? Well, we can go with log, and then we go with this dot and is modified. That's the method modified, like so. And then I specifically need to say what property am I looking for. Now, first I'll just log name, and then we'll apply that to the password, and we'll set up a little bit of functionality. So for now, I just want to say name. So if I'm going to go back and let me add new John here and let me send, and now you'll notice that I get back false because I'm not modifying the name. And essentially in the array, I can see that I'm modifying the email. So if we put 2 and 2 together, I only want to do this, the hashing password stuff, if we're modifying the password. So whether that is when we're creating the user or that is when we're updating the password, correct? If we're just updating other values, I don't want to do that. How we can set that up? Well, for starters, I'll leave these ones for your reference. And then I'm going to go with if and not this dot is modified. And here I want to pass in the password. So if we're not modifying the password, then return. Then don't apply this. If we're modifying the password, essentially when we're creating a user or we're updating the password, then we'll apply. So now let's go back. And like I said, I'm going to have to remove John and start basically from the scratch. Otherwise, it's not going to make sense. So let me go to my users. Let me refresh. I should have 3. I really don't care whether the John is admin or not. I can always update that manually here in the database. Anyway, what I want to do is to go back to the Postman where I registered the user. I'll start from the scratch. I'll go here, John and John. And then I'll pass in the secret. Okay, awesome. I get back my user. Now I want to update the user. And instead of new email, I'm going to go with new John. I send it. And now if everything is correct, I should be able to log in. So I go back here and everything still clearly works. So those are the things that you need to be aware of. Where, yes, there's going to be some cases where you'll want to use save instead. So notice with find one on update, we did not trigger the hook. But when you use save, yes, you are triggering the hook. So if you have some kind of functionality in pre-save hook in this case, you need to make sure that it only runs when you want it. Beautiful. We're pretty much done with user routes as well as user controller. However, there's one last thing that I want to fix. And that is the simple fact that when it comes to get single user, actually, if the user has logged in. Essentially, if the user has the token, the Peter user can take a look at the Susan user profile if he or she has access to ID. And that's not what we want. And since we'll use this functionality in the later controller as well, we'll right away set up a helper function in the utils. For starters, let me just showcase that. Where if I go back, and I guess in this case, I'll have to go back first to a Mongo. And I just quickly want to set up John as admin. So I can take a look at all the users here. Let's save that one. Let's say update. Okay. Now John is user. Might as well can change his name back to John just so it's less confusing. All right. Now he is an admin, so he should be able to see all the users. Yep. So now let's leave this one, this response, and let's log in as Susan. So let's say here that Susan is logging in. Okay. And then where we have all the users, first let's grab her ID, which is going to make sense. She can definitely take a look at her profile. That's not a problem. Yep, that's Susan. But what I don't want is for Susan to view Peter's profile. So if I go back to all the users, and if I take a look at his ID here and set it up in get single user, I'll be able to do that. And that's not what I want. Now, how we can fix that? Well, we can fix that in the following way, where we go back to a single user. And like I said, we will set up a utils function where we'll check for the permissions. Where we'll pass in two things. We'll pass in the rec user, so the one that we're getting from our middleware, authenticate user middleware. And then remember on the resource, we have the ID property. Now, in this case, it's going to be underscore ID. Once we start creating other resources, for example, reviews, that might be under some other property, meaning we might call this user, but the idea is the same, where this is going to be a ID that matches the user. So let's start setting everything up, and hopefully in the process, it's going to make more sense. So first we want to go to utils, and we want to create a new function, and I'm going to call this check permissions, like so, JS. Now, this function is going to be looking for two values. It's going to be looking for the user that is requesting the resource, and the second thing for the resource user ID. So let's go here, and you know what? Let's start by getting the custom error because we'll have to throw it here. We'll say require, and we're looking for errors here. Then back to the function. Like I said, we're going to go with check permissions here. And what I want to look for is the request user. And I'll first console log just so we can see what we're getting back. So request user and then resource user ID. So those are the two things that this function is going to be looking for. And for time being, I want to console log three things. I want to log the request user. I want to log the resource ID. And I also want to log the type of, just because it's very important for us. So we'll say type of. And in this case, I'm not looking for request user. I'm looking for resource user ID. And the same over here. So the same deal. I'll take this guy and I'll copy and paste. Now we want to export this. So we'll say module.exports is equal to check permissions and the same dance where we go to index.js, copy and paste. We're looking for check permissions, and then we just add here dot. So say we're looking for check permissions and we want to export. So check permissions. Then we want to jump back to our user controller. We have already attached cookies response. Beautiful. Let's go for check permissions and where we're getting the single user. Right after, if the user doesn't exist, let's invoke check permissions. And like I said, I want to pass in two things. I want to pass in the user object that is on the request. So we go here with rec and user. So rec.user. And the second thing is the ID property on the resource. Again, in this case, it is a user resource. So where is the ID? It is underscore ID. Once we start creating other resources, aka reviews, the property might be different, but it will still point to a user. Hopefully that makes sense. So in this case, let's go with user dot and then underscore ID. We save it and let's make the request one more time. So let's jump to a Postman. We'll send it. Let me save a bunch of them, otherwise it might turn into a mess one day. So let's go here. I can still see the user. Okay, that's good. We'll fix that in a second. What I want to do right now is go back to my server, and here I can clearly see three things. First, I can see that Susan is doing the request with name, user ID, as well as role. Okay, so that's an awesome start. Then the second thing is the user ID. So in this case, that is Peter's ID, correct? Because notice, that is Susan's ID, and this is Peter's ID. And last thing, this is an object. And this is going to become very important in a second. So once I have all of these console logs, again, I'll leave it for your reference, just in case you want to take a look at it later. And now let's set up some functionality where unless the user role is admin, I actually want to throw the error. I want to say that, hey, listen, you're not authorized to access this route. So how is that going to look like? Well, I can go with if request user. So this object over here. So request user. And I'm looking for dot and role. And I'll say if the role is equal to admin, then we're good. Then return from the function. And you'll see why we're doing that in a second. So we'll say here, if the role is equal to admin, then we're good. Then basically proceed with the next steps that you have here in a function, which is going to be sending back the user. Then I want to check whether the user ID on the request matches that of the resource user ID. But keep in mind, this is an object. So if you'll just check with equals, it's not going to make sense. So we need to turn that object into the string. So in the next line, I'll say following, where I'll say if request user ID is equal to a resource user ID, but we turn this into a string. Otherwise, again, it's going to be a big fat mess. If that's the case, again, we return. Again, we're good. Now, if none of those conditions are met, what I want to do, I want to throw the error right away. I want to say throw new custom error, and we'll go with unauthorized in this case. So yeah, technically the authentication worked, but you're not authorized to access this route. So we'll say not authorized to access this route. And now let's finally test it out. So I'm going to navigate back to my Postman, and here let's send. We should get back not authorized to access this route. And only if I log in as John, I'll be able to see it, or I can view it as a Peter. So if I go back to all the users, and if I take Susan's ID, I'm going to be successful. I mean, at least I should be, unless there's a bug. So send it. Yep, I can view the profile. But when it comes to other users' profile, only the admin or the user can do that. So if we log in, and by the way, body here, and we'll go here with John, and we log in. Okay, awesome, we're good. We get back the response. That should work. Now let's go here in the get single user, and let's try to access Susan. And we're successful because we are admin. Again, just to recap, I take a look at the request user, so the object that I'm getting, as well as resource user ID. In this case, the resource is user, but in other cases, the resource might be something else, might be review, might be product, or whatever. And I check whether the role is admin. If that's the case, yep, admins have all the privileges, so we're good to go. If the user ID matches to the resource ID, but we need to turn it to a string. Again, we're good to go. We just proceed to whatever is in the next line. But if none of them are met, then we throw a unauthorized error and we say not authorized to access this route. All right. Congrats on completing the auth and user functionality. And before we continue, let me just stress something. You've probably noticed that this took us quite a long time. And it did get tedious here and there. We needed to set up all the models from the scratch, hash the passwords, send the cookies, and hopefully you get the gist. But the good news is that the auth and users is something that we can take from project to project. Essentially, we can reuse this functionality with great ease in different projects, which means that we don't have to start from scratch every single time. And hopefully you're noticing how with every project, we're setting up more and more code that we can use in any of our projects. And as a result, we set up our next app much faster. Now, are all the projects going to be exactly the same? No, of course not. But there's a huge difference between changing few values here and there and coding everything from scratch every single time. In fact, in a later course project, this is exactly what we'll do. We'll take this setup and use it as a starter for our applications, modify it to our needs, and in the process, save ourselves a ton of time and a bunch of headaches. Awesome. And once we're done with auth setup, next I want to work on the products. So first we want to set up product model, and then we'll set up the structure and individual routes. So first, I want you to go to models folder, create product.js, create there a product schema. And as far as the properties for time being, just set up name, type string, price, type number, description, type string, image, type string, category, you guessed it, type string, company, colors. That's the one where we'll set it up as an array. Then featured, free shipping, Boolean, inventory number, average rating number, as well as the user. So this is the one where you need to jog your memory, or essentially tie this one to a user. Then I also want you to set up timestamps and export a product model. So try to remember that syntax. And once you're done, resume the video and watch how I do it. So first, I'm going to go to models. We'll create here product.js. Then we'll take a look at the mongoose. So const mongoose is equal to require, and we're looking for mongoose. Once I have the mongoose, then I want to create that schema, the product schema. So I'm going to go here with const product and schema is equal to new mongoose dot and then schema. Now in the schema, like I said, let's start here with simple name, which is going to be type string. So let's say name is equal to type, and we'll set it up as string, but let's also add required, and let's also trim it. Let's say trim true. Essentially, that just means that if there's any white space, we'll trim it. Then we'll also go with a required, and we'll set it equal to our array. We'll say true, and then let's go with a custom message. Please provide, and then a product name. Now, I also want to set up max length. So let's go here, max length, and same deal. We set up the array. In my case, I'm going to go with 100, but you can go with different value. And here, let's just say name cannot be more than 100 characters. All right, we're done with the name. Now we want to copy this one and just change some values around. For the next one will be price. The type will be number in this case. And we're going to go with required, yep. But we'll remove trim. We're not going to use that one. And we'll also set up default, which is going to be in my case 10. So we'll say default is equal to, or I'm sorry, I said 10. Actually, I meant 0. And as far as required, please provide product and price. Let's save it. Then we have description. So same deal. Let's take a price, copy and paste, change the property name, say description here. It's going to be type string, like I already previously mentioned. As far as required, yep, we'll say true, and we'll say please provide product description. And as far as the max length, well, this is where you can go crazy, and we'll set it up as 1000. So let's copy and paste. Let's add here a 0, and let's also say description cannot be more than 1000 characters. So that's the case where we can actually reuse this. My apologies, I removed it. So copy and paste description, and then we'll say 1000 characters. Okay. Then we have the image, and we'll have upload image route. So repeat the steps that we learned in 07 in file upload. But if you remember, as far as default, well, we can just point either to the server or to the front end. So that's really up to you. That's your preference. If you want to set up some kind of default image on a server, you can do so, or you can do that on a front end. The goal here is that if the user technically doesn't provide that, even though it is checked on the front end, then we still have some kind of default. How is that going to look like? Well, we can go here with image, then type string, because remember, eventually you'll have some kind of URL that either points to your server or to the Cloudinary. That's really up to you. And we go here with type string and default, and we'll set it as, let's say, uploads an example JPEG. Now, there is no uploads yet, and there is no example JPEG on the server, but just to showcase how is that going to look like, we'll go with uploads. Eventually the file will be there, but I'm not sure whether I'm going to add the example or not. So we'll say example and a JPEG. We save, and that's going to be the default. So every time we upload the product, and if the image is missing, which is going to be controlled normally by the front end, then we just go with this uploads one. Then we want to go with category, and that's the thing where we want to use the enum. So let's start here with just category. The type will be string. Let's say here type string, but I want to set up enum. Essentially, I have array of possible values, correct? Now, before we do that, let's add the required. So copy and paste. We'll say required true, and then please provide product category. And let's set up those enum values. Let's say enum, and then we'll have a list of string values. So office in my case, then comma, kitchen. And as a side note, if you want to use my mock data, I suggest using the same values. And I'll show you what I'm talking about as far as the mock data. Let me save. That's the enum one. And now with the company, so with the next field, I want to show you another option how we can use enum. So take this whole thing, the category, copy and paste. This is going to be the company value. Let's say here company. So what company the product belongs to. We're going to go with string here. Then required will be true. We'll say please provide product company or company simply. That's really up to you. Then we'll go with enum, but instead of just setting up here an array, I'll set it up as an object. And then inside of the object, we have values. So those are the passable values. And here again, we go with an array. So in here, I'll just add 3 companies like so. Again, if you're going to be using my mock data, I suggest using the same ones. And then if I want to showcase what value the user has entered and it's not supported, I just do that with a message here. And then we're looking for the curlies like so, and we say value. And then if I try to submit product with a company that's not supported in this array, I'm going to get this message. So I'll say value is not supported. So those are the 2 possible ways how we can set it up the enum. Either we just go with straight up array, or we set up enum as an object And then notice we have values as well as the message. And then in that message, we can access the value that the user is providing. Then we want to go with colors, which is going to be a string, but it's going to be a string in array. So let me copy and paste. Let's say here colors, and we need to keep in mind that we can have multiple values in there, correct? So we can have black, red, or whatever color you desire. So in here, we're going to go with type, and I'll say type of string. But when it comes to default, it doesn't work as you expect. So for now, let me just add required, and then I'm going to show you why we need to add a specific default. So we'll say here required equals to true. Let's save that one. And then once we start adding products from the Postman, you'll see the gotcha that I'm talking about. Then we want to go with featured free shipping, which both are going to be Boolean. So let me type here, copy and paste. Let's say here featured, and then we'll set that one equal to a Boolean, like I said. And by default, we'll set up false. So if it's not provided, awesome. Doesn't really matter. We'll just say default is false. So there is no featured. And if you think about featured products, that's just something that you showcase on the front end, whether you want to feature them or not. So let's copy and paste. Then we'll set up free shipping, free, and then shipping. And that also is going to be Boolean. And we'll set it equal to false. Then we'll use inventory, but I can tell you right away that in this project, we're not going to use it. So normally you'll calculate once you have the order and all that. We're not going to do that in this project. In this case, I just want to grab the price, copy and paste. Let's just say inventory. And in here, type is number, required is true. I'm not going to add any kind of message. I'm just going to say true. And then as far as default, I'm going to go with 15. So once you add the product, let's just imagine that default stock is going to be 15. Average rating, type number, default 0. And this is something that we're going to calculate as we're adding the reviews. So that's going to be something really cool that we'll learn. And also, eventually there's going to be amount of reviews that the product has. But for now, let's just leave it the way it is, and we'll fix that one later. So let's go here with average rating, and that's going to be type number. So object, type, and we'll set it equal to number, and then default equals to 0. So by default, it's going to be 0, but of course, as we're adding ratings, we'll calculate this one on the fly. And this one will make more sense once we add actually a rating object. And then I want to set up a user. And this is the case where you needed to jog your memory of how we do that. So let's go here with user property, which will point to what? Which will point to my user model. How do we set that up? We go with type mongoose dot types dot, and then object ID. Now I do want to reference the user. So I'll say here ref and user. And then lastly, we'll just say required true. Now, in our case, since everything is going to be restricted to an admin, only the admin can create. So that's going to be the user. And then lastly, I said that I want you to create timestamps. We create another object and we go with timestamps and set it equal to true. And this gives us those nice fields of created that and updated that. At the very, very, very end, we're going to go here with module exports is equal to mongoose.model, and then we'll pass in product. So that's the name. And then let's also pass in product schema. Now, I understand that this was somewhat lengthy video. I get it, but that's how it is with some models, where essentially we have a bunch of properties and you want to set up some meaningful defaults. And once we've got a model in place, now I want to work on a structure. And as far as the setup, I want you to create a product controller file in the controllers. I want you to set up following functions, and you can read them. So create product all the way to upload image. So those are the functions I want you to create. As far as the functionality, just send back function name, because first we'll test it in Postman anyway. Then I want you to set up a product routes file. In the routes, import all controllers. And when it comes to access, get all products and get single product is going to be accessible to the public. Rest of the routes, so create product, update product, delete product, and upload image, are going to be restricted to admin only. So you'll have to set it up our middleware. So don't forget to import them as well. Now, as far as the route, is going to be pretty typical CRUD setup, where eventually there's going to be a main route, so root route to the product. And to that one, we attach create product and get all products. And then the rest of them, get single product, update product, and delete product, are going to be going to :ID. And then as far as the upload image, well, you just need to remember that if we go with /upload image, which is going to be a route, the placement. So where you'll place it in a document, something very important. And I talked about how :ID actually is going to match that. And we covered that in the previous controllers. So hopefully you remember that. Then I want you to import product routes as product router in the app.js. And like I said, that's going to be my root route. API version 1 product. And before I let you go, so before you start setting this up, something on the last video, where essentially if you worked in my React course, you probably worked on the Comfy store. And that's where the idea is coming from, where if you take a look at the single product, you have the name, you have the average rating, amount of reviews, and pretty much everything that we set up in here in the model. We also have got colors, we have featured, we have free shipping. And the reason why I'm showing that, just so you don't think that I'm pulling this one out of the thin air, where yes, this essentially is a admin route to add those products, but those are the normal properties that you have on them. For example, in here, I just showcased products that are set to featured. If it's not featured, it's not going to show up there. That's why in here, I have it as Boolean. By default, it's false, and only if the admin decides that, yes, I want to showcase that product, then featured is set to true. And then if I take a look at all the products, we can filter here based on a color, based on a price, company, we can search for it, and I can also check for free shipping. Again, a Boolean. So if it's true, then I showcase the product. If not, then obviously it's not going to be displayed if I click here on checkbox. So hopefully that makes sense. And now let's start working on the controller. So first I want to go to controllers and let me take a look at the README. You want to create product controller in the controller. So let's do that. Say product controller JS, and we want to go with 4 functions, or sorry, more. My apologies, 6 functions. So let's go here with create product, and that's going to be a sync. Then we'll go with rec and res, rec, comma res. And as far as the response, like I said, let's just go with res.send and create product. Let's save it. We want to copy and paste this 5 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. As far as the name here, let's go with get all products, and that's the same thing we want to send. So get all products. Beautiful. Then we want to go with get single product. So get single product. Again, same deal. It's going to be our name. Get single product. After that, we have update product. So update product. So update product here as well. Then we have delete product. So delete. And we're going to do the same thing here. So delete. And then lastly, upload product image. Or I'm just going to go with upload image. And upload image. As far as the export, what was the syntax? Upload image. Well, we go here with save first of all. And by the way, for some reason I decided to close it. So product controller, go with module dot exports is equal to an object. So create product, get all products, get single product, and you can already probably guess the rest. So update product, delete product, and upload image. Upload image. Awesome. Then let's go to routes. We'll create a new one. We'll say product routes.js. Routes.js. And in order to speed this up, I'm going to go to user routes. And I want to get the first 6 lines of code. So you want to take everything starting with Express, including the middlewares, because we'll have to set them up. So let's take this back in the product routes, copy and paste. So we successfully set up the router. We got the authenticate user as well as authorized permissions. And now what I want to do is take this entire object and we'll get it from the controller. So let's say here const, that's my object, and that is coming from require. And we're looking for the controllers, and more specifically, a product controller. So we get all the functions. So now we just want to set up the proper routes. And like I already previously mentioned, eventually we'll have the root route. So API version 1 products. And if you remember, when it comes to REST, we'll set up create product and get all products on the root route, correct? So we're going to go here with router dot and then route and then /. And now here comes the gotcha. For create product, I do need to add those middlewares. The authenticate user first and then authorize roles, because I only want the admin to do that. But when it comes to get, so getting all the products, that should be accessible to everyone, correct? So let's start here with post. And like I said, there's multiple ways how we can set it up. And in this case, I'm just going to show you how we can do that with array. So let's go with create product. And that's going to be restricted to authenticate user first. And then we'll also authorize the roles. So authorize. And we'll go with, permissions. That's the name that I gave. And then I only want the admin. So I pass in the admin. And that's for creating the product. Now, I also want to go with get, and we'll set it up as get all products. And notice how here we're not passing any kind of middleware. So this one is accessible to the public. Now let's do the same thing with /:ID. So for get single one, update product, and delete product, everything is going to be done based on the ID, correct? So we go here with router dot route, then /:ID, and now let's set them up one by one. First one, get. Now that's going to be again accessible to the public. So get single product, no middleware whatsoever. But we also have patch, correct? And this is the case where you want to take the middleware. So in order to speed this up, I'm just going to copy and paste, and we're going to go with update, and product. Then let's copy and paste. We'll change this one around. We'll say that it's not going to be patch, it's going to be delete. And as far as the controller, we'll also go with delete product. And now $1 million question, where are we going to set up the upload image? As far as the syntax, it's going to be like this, router.route /upload image. And as far as the function, well, it's going to be post route, and upload image controller. If you remember the previous setup, we wanted to place it above the ID, because upload image will be treated as that ID, which of course doesn't exist. So therefore we go here with router.route. Now the path again, upload image dot post, and then let's do the same spiel. So take this whole thing, copy and paste. It's only accessible to the admin, and we're going to go with upload and image. Lastly, we want to export the router. So we're going to go with module exports, and that is equal to my router. And then at the very, very end, we want to go to app.js. We'll look for routers. This is going to be our product router coming from product routes, and then copy and paste right after the user one. Let's set it up. Let's say products, and that is equal to the product router. Let's save it. And now we can move on to a Postman and start testing our routes. Wonderful. And now let's set up our Postman as well. We're in the e-commerce. We want to add a new folder. And I'm going to go with product. And here, let me just take a peek, just so I don't make a mess. So yep, product. And then we have all of these routes. So create product, get all products and all that. So I'll leave this one open just so I don't make any kind of mistakes here. So let me remove this one, and we're going to go with get route. So this is going to be to URL, and then we have products, correct? And let's see what we get back. So I send it, and I have get all products. So now we can save that route here, save as, and we're going to go with get all products, get all, and then products. Now in this case, I'll save that one in the e-commerce, in the product, and let's save it. So that's my first one. Then we want to create a product, which is going to be a post route. So let's do it this way. Going to create a new one. It's going to be a post request, and the URL is actually the same, correct? So we go here with products, we send it. So first, I guess let's save it, and we'll say create product, let's save, let's send. And we have authentication invalid. So let me sign in as John. So login user, let me send. I think I changed it. Yep, we have role admin. So now let me try it out one more time, where I have create product, I send, and of course I can create the product. And that also showcased how our authentication works. Beautiful. Let me close this. Then we have 4 more to go. We want to get single product, delete product, and update product. Again, all 3 only accessible to the admin, but since I'm logged in as John, I should be good to go. And we'll just pass in some dummy ID. I mean, we know that functionality is going to work. So new one, let's go here with get, and we'll set it up as URL, then products, and then some kind of ID. Let's go with 1, 2, and 3. Let's save the request, get single product. And we just need to do the same thing now for the other 2. So in this case, why don't we try this? Why don't we duplicate here the route? Let me go. And now I'm just going to change the method. I'll say here patch. And this will be update product. Update product. And let's send it. Yep, I have update product. Let's save that one. Then the same deal here, duplicate, or duplicate. And then we want to go with different one. So let me navigate to this route, and I'll go with delete. And we'll say delete product. And then let's send it. And let's save. And now we can delete product. Okay. So now we have 5 of them. And the last one is the upload image one. What do we want to do here? Well, eventually we'll set up the key with image and color flipper, meaning some kind of image, of course. But what I'm interested for now is just set up products and then upload image. So let's go here. Let's remove these ones for now. And I'm not going to copy in this case. I'll set it up from the scratch. We go with post request. We're looking for URL, correct? Products, and then whatever is the route. In my case, it is upload image. I send it, and I can upload image. Again, if I log in as Susan or Peter or Anna or pretty pretty much anyone who's not admin, I'm not going to be successful. So upload image here. And then let's try it out. I'm going to go with login. We'll say Susan. Let's send it. Okay, beautiful. And then if Susan wants to upload the image, I'm authorized to access this route. Again, nothing personal against Susan. To all the Susans out there, I'm just showcasing the admin functionality. Wonderful. Once we have the structure, now we can start slowly working on the actual controller functionality. All right. And once we have the structure in the Postman, now we can start working on controllers. And the first controller I want to work on is create product. And actually, this controller is very, very, very straightforward. So everything is going to be coming in the rec.body, because if you remember, this route is what? A post route. So everything should be provided in the rec.body. If it's not, we'll spit back the error, and yes, the front end, the admin will have to provide those values. Now, the only little mini thing we need to do is attach user ID to rec.body. So the way I'm going to do that, I'll create user property on the rec.body, and I'll set it equal to user ID, because hint, since we have the middleware, remember, we have user on rec.user, correct? And then I just want to directly pass in rec.body into product.create, and we'll send back the product. So, product controller, let's scroll up. Let's first set up our imports. Again, something we need to do if we want to set up any kind of logic. And for now, we'll just go with product and is equal to require. Then we want to go 2 levels up, I believe. So we're going to go here with product. Then we'll copy and paste. We're looking for status codes instead. So let's say here status and codes. Now that is coming from, yep, you guessed it, HTTP status codes. I believe that was the library. Then we want to get the error, const, and I'm just going to call this custom error. Custom error is equal to require, and we're looking for the errors in this case. Errors folder. And then lastly, there's going to be a path, but I'll worry about it once we actually start setting up the upload image functionality. For now, these 3 will be good enough. And first piece of logic we want to set up is attaching the user ID to a rec.body. Again, this is a post request. Everything is coming in the request. So we don't need to do any kind of magic. The user needs to provide all of these values. The only thing that we want to attach is this. I want to attach that user. Since that's not going to be from the front end, now we have actually a cookie that takes care of that. It brings in that JWT. And once we go through our middleware, remember this one over here, the authentication. What do we do here? Well, I set up the rec.user. So I'm looking for this user ID, and I want to set it up as a user property, correct? So if we put 2 and 2 together, how is that going to look like? Well, we can simply do it this way. Rec.body user. Again, name is here extremely important because that's the key here. If I'm going to call this Uncle Bobo, then you need to set up as Uncle Bobo. Then we'll go here with rec user and then user ID. That's it. We're good to go. Now we just want to create a product. So const product is equal to, then await, then product. And if you remember, as far as creating, we go with dot create, and then we pass in rec.body. Then we want to send back some more meaningful response. So res.status, status. And as far as status codes, remember, created, and then dot. And let's just go with JSON, and then we'll pass in the product. Now, what I like to do always when I start setting everything up is just to send empty values first. So that way I can see that my validations work. How is that going to look like in this project? Well, we can go back to our setup where we have create product. Now I'm going to log in back as John. Otherwise, everything I'm about to do is going to fail regardless. So I'm John. Yes. Yes, I am. And then we want to go with create product. And like I said, let's just send empty. Let's see what do we need to pass in. Here we go with please provide company. Please provide product category. And we have a long list. So let's just start slowly filling this out. Now, I can give you a small hint that eventually we can use these ones. So I already prepared some products for you. But again, I want to check whether my validations work. So therefore, I always start with a scratch. I just say your name, and this is going to be a testing product. Okay, let's try it out. Now I only need to provide a description. All right, that's the next step. So let's go here with description, and we'll go with some description. All right, let's send it. Now we need to provide category and company. So these are the only things that we're still missing. Let's say here that it's going to be category. And let's set up something that doesn't make sense. I'm going to go with testing here. Let's send. And now we'll have please provide company. Testing is not a valid enum value for the path category. So what do we need to do here? Well, I believe office was one of the allowed ones. Let's send. And now we just need to provide company. And if I remember correctly, if I go here with company, and if I'll pass in the IKEA, I should get back my product. I have name. This one is, and as a side note, what happened here? Nope. I don't want to do that. In here, I have name, I have price. So default is 0, description, some description. Then we also have category, company, and a rest of the values. Now, something that I mentioned about the colors. If we go here with our array, you see by default, it's just going to set it up as an empty array, which is not something that we want. And the way around that is simply adding a default one. How is that going to look like? Well, if we go here with default value, what I want to do here is to set up some kind of default value. In this case, it's going to be hashtag 222. So yes, it still needs to be a string because I specifically look for the string in my type. But this way, if it's not provided, at least we have some kind of default color. So if we go back and if we send one more time, now you'll notice that colors actually is an array with some kind of default value. Now, is it a big deal? No. Technically, you can have a colors array empty, but it kind of makes sense to have a default value. And with this in place, now what I want to do is to go back, and eventually I'll remove this one from my database. Simply want to showcase what we have here in the mock data, where we have products JSON, and essentially we have right away some prepared values, whether it is name, price, image. Again, this image right now points to the Airtable. So this one is stored already in the cloud. But eventually we'll take a look at how we can upload our own images. We already covered the functionality. We have some values for the colors. We have some company as well as the category. And again, if you worked on my React course, you worked on Comfy Store, so you know that we used this type of data over there. And the last quick thing that I want to mention is the fact that notice how in this case, we did not need to use our user ID. Why? It is already accessible with a cookie. So if I take this and go back, first, even in our previous one, what is the user? That's John's ID. How we can access that? Well, because we have middlewares that unpack the cookie, that unpack the JWT, and then I get back my user. So I created this product, and that's my user ID. And of course, the underscore ID is for the actual product. So if we go back, if we want to add some more meaningful products, just one by one, you can copy and paste them. So again, behind the scenes, I'll remove that first dummy one, the testing one. This was just there so we can see that our validations work. But if you want to have some more meaningful products, just take a look at mock data and set them up. And I'm going to add just one product because I want to show you how to add reviews and all that. But eventually we might add more. So that's really up to you. If you want to add more products right from the get-go, feel free to do so. In my case, I'll just start with one. And then if we need to add more products, I'll definitely do so as well. Beautiful. And once we're done setting up create product, now I want to work on the rest of the controllers apart from upload image. So I'll spend a separate video on that. And effectively, I want to set up in this video, get all products, get single product, update product, as well as delete product. And remember, this is typical CRUD. And let me set this up where we have done that already in the previous projects. So essentially, if you need to jog your memory, just look for task project or a job project. Now keep one thing in mind where in our current setup, we only have one admin. And that's how I'm planning to keep this project. And therefore, you can easily use the task manager where essentially I'm not checking for that user ID. So I'm just looking for the task ID. In our case, that is going to be a product ID. And of course, that is coming from rec.params. Now, if you do decide that there are going to be multiple admins, yes, you probably want to add additional code where not only you're looking for particular product, but you're also going to be checking whether the product also has the specific user ID. Hopefully this makes sense. In my case, again, I'm just going to stick with the task one, where essentially I'm just checking for the product ID, which is going to be coming from rec.params. And then I'll get the product and I'll do one of the operations. So now let me just close the README, I guess, as well, and routes, app.js, as well as product, and back in the product controller. As far as getting all the products, this is a public route, correct? And we have already covered the setup where effectively we want to go with products, and we use our model, the product one. So let's go here with products is equal to, and we'll go with await, then product, and let's just go with find. Now, for time being, we're not going to add any more functionality. Maybe at the end of the project, I'll add the pagination, and I'll also add some filtering methods, but not for now. Let's just keep on moving because there's other things that I want to cover, essentially things that we haven't talked about it yet. And I think at this point, they're more interesting because if you remember, we did work on the sorting and filtering in the stored API. And a bunch of the things that I might add at the end are going to be basically repetition. So therefore, I don't want to spend time on that right now. And we might do that later. Now, once I get the product, what do I want to do? I want to go with arrest.status, status, codes, then OK. Then dot JSON, and then we'll pass in the product, and let's just also pass in the count as well. So count, and we're going to go with products and length. Once we set this one up, I'm not going to test it right now in a Postman. We'll right away go to a get single product. And then once I have all of them, again, apart from upload image, then we'll just test it. Otherwise, it's just going to be too much switching back and forth. So get single product. What are we passing there? The ID, correct? So if I take a look at the routes, correct? So product routes, I have get all products. Yep, that is already in place. What do I have here? I have a parameter, and that parameter is going to be ID. Where is it located? In rec.params. So we go back. We're looking for a single product in this case, and I will destructure it just because I like that way. So I'm going to go with ID is equal to product ID, and that is equal to rec.params. So rec and params. Now I want to use find one, and if the product does not exist, then we throw 404. And also keep in mind that this is a public route, just like get all products. So let's go here with product is equal to await, then product dot. Let's go with find one. We'll pass in the ID. So we're looking for the product where ID is the product ID, correct? And eventually we'll add a little bit more logic that will get us the reviews for the product, but we'll do that later once we actually have the reviews. So for now, let's just go with if there is no product, what do? We go throw new error, and let's go with customer because that's the name, not found error, and we'll pass here no product, and let's go with template literals. That way we can add that actual product ID and product ID. Let's save that one. And lastly, we want to send back the product. So in order to speed this up, I'm going to copy and paste. We're looking for a product in this case, and there is no count. So that's what we're sending back. All right. Then we have update product and delete product. And just like in the previous project, these two are going to be very similar. However, in this case, when it comes to deleting the product, effectively, I'll get the product first, and then I'll remove it. And I'll talk about it a little bit later. Again, once we have the reviews, because there's going to be additional functionality in the product model. And let's just go with update product, where first I want to get the product ID. So let's go with const ID is equal to a product ID. And actually, I could have just copy and paste, and that's what I'm going to do in the next one. Then I want to run find one and update, and we'll set it equal to product. So let's go here with product is equal to await, then product dot. We're looking for find one and update. So find one and update. We want to pass here the underscore ID, then product ID. And as far as the data, well, we have that in rec.body, correct? That's what the admin is going to be sending in. And then lastly, we want to run new is equal to true. And then run validators is also equal to true. We set this one up. And then what do we want to do? We want to check whether product exists. And if it doesn't exist, then we throw the error. If everything is correct, we send back the response. Let's copy and paste. And then last, we want to work on the delete product. And like I said, instead of the one that I suggested before, so if you already have functionality for removing the product, you'll have to alter your code a little bit because eventually there's going to be more functionality. So if you went with this one, where we used find one and delete, you'll have to remove that. Okay. So let's go back to product controller. And in here, what I want to do first is get my ID. And in this case, I will copy and paste just so we can speed this up. And now let's use find one, like we did over here with get single product. And yes, since I don't want this video to be half an hour long, I will copy and paste because there's really no use for you to watch me how I type that. Now, once I get the product, then I still want to check whether the product exists in here, like so. Now, if it doesn't exist, then we throw error. If it does exist, then we want to go with await product. And instead of save method that we covered with user model, in this case, we're going to go with remove. And again, this will make sense a little bit later once we add more functionality in the product model. Lastly, what do we want to do? Well, we want to send back some kind of response, correct? So we'll go with res.status. And we're looking for status codes again. We're going to go with OK. And it doesn't really matter, but in my case, I'm just going to send a helpful message where I'll say success, product removed. And once we have all of this in place, we can swing back to a postman. and test them out. So let me go to the Postman. We have get all products. Now let me log in as John right away. So login user. Okay. Then we're looking for get all products. Beautiful. So I should have a few products. I have a testing one. I have another testing one. And then I have the proper one. That's the accent chair one. And we already know how we can create one. So let me take this product ID and let's just check it out in a single product. Copy and paste. Yep. I get my single product. Awesome. Now we can also update the product and let's just write new testing product. Again, I'm not going to change all of them or anything like that. So where I have the update one, I'm just going to copy and paste. And where it comes to body, raw, JSON, and then what was the property? Let me just double check. So name. So I'm going to go with update product and name, and we'll set it to new testing product. Let's send. Yep, name has changed. So we're in good shape. And now what I simply want to do is take the same ID, go to delete, and remove that product. So let me go back to all products. Yep, I have only two. Okay, and then let me remove this sucker as well. So let me save the patch one, even though the ID doesn't exist anymore. And let's send. And now the product is removed. So if I go to all the products, I can see only one. And just double check that our authentication works. Let me go here with Susan. Susan, let's send it. She can see all the products. She should be able to get one specific one. So let's go here to get single product, like so. But then if she wants to update the product, there should be an error. And it is so unauthorized to access this route. And congratulations, we have successfully knocked out the rest of the routes apart from upload image, which we're going to work on next. Nice. And once we're done with the rest of the controllers, let's also knock out the upload image one. And before we begin, let me just say a few things. First, since we already worked on upload image functionality in the project 07 file upload, I'll be moving rather swiftly. So if you're iffy about something, please go back and rewatch that project. And second, I already prepared an images folder with 2 images. So if you also want to test the functionality, I suggest doing the same. Now, when it comes to uploading images, we need to do some homework, correct? So first, we need to get the package. What package? Express file upload. So that's the first step. Then we also want to set up Express static. So we want to serve our public directory. And at the moment, we have none of those things. So let's first, I guess, close README for now. I'll close the console as well. And in here in the star, I'm looking for a new folder. I'm going to go with public. And I'll right away set up uploads, because this is where I'm going to be placing my images. So let's go over here. We'll say uploads. And actually, it needs to be a folder. So let me try one more time. Uploads. And once I have this in place, then I want to go to app.js. Like I said, we're looking for Express file upload. So let me just double check. Yes, there it is. So back in the app.js, I can require the package. So let me go here. I guess I'm going to go below the cookie parser and all that. So I'll go with const express, or you know what? I'm just going to call this file upload, just like I did in the previous project. So let's go here with require, and we're looking for express file upload. Let's save. Let's scroll down, and where we have the cookie parser, right after that, I want to do 2 things. First, I want to make that public folder available, meaning I want to set it up as our static assets. How do we do that? Well, we can use express.static, correct? So let's say app.use, and we're looking for express, and the middleware is right there. So we just go with static, and we need to say, well, which folder we want to make it public, and surprise, surprise is going to be our public folder. So that's step number one, because remember, once we upload that image, we want that URL to point to our server, correct? That's one of the options. The other one was setting it up on a Cloudinary. Now next, I want to go with that file upload. So let's say here app.use, and we'll go with file upload, and we'll invoke it. And just to stay on the safe side, I'll stop the server, and I'm going to go with npm start. So I'll restart it. And then before we continue, one thing that I want to do is go to my images folder, the one that I set up in between the videos. And essentially, I want to take the example one and just stick it in the uploads. Now, why am I doing that? Just to showcase how is that going to look like when we create the product with a default image. So if we go, where's our product model? Right here. Remember when we were creating a product, there was an image and it goes to uploads an example JPEG. So just to showcase how is that going to look like, let me go to my images. I have two of them. So couch, I'm going to use, and let me zoom in. Couch, I'm going to use when I'll test it with the Postman. But when it comes to the example one, essentially when you create the product, you just don't even add the image. So you'll be always using example, which again, two options, either sits on a server, which is going to be our case, or it's going to be on a front end. And then only when you want to update that example image, then you essentially upload the file. Again, multiple ways how you can set it up. We already covered some of them in the previous project. So hopefully all of this makes sense. So let me go here to example. I'm just going to copy. I'm looking for my current one. And more specifically, I want the public. I want the uploads. I want to go here and I want to copy and paste. So now I have my example one. So now once I send it, it should be my default image. So let me try it out very quickly. I'm going to go back here with John. I'll log in. I want to create a new product. Now, this probably is going to be the other one, but what I want to do right now is just remove the current image. Let me send and check it out. So now this one goes to uploads example JPEG. So open up a new window, localhost, and we're looking for 5,000, then / uploads, and then we go with example JPEG. And what do you know? I have the image. So that's going to be the default image that I set up for every product unless I actually upload the image. So once that is clear, then let's go back to our product controller. And the first thing that I want to do is check whether everything works, because I can set up whatever functionality I want unless the image is going to be in rec.files, then none of this is going to make sense. So let me close the sidebar and let me just log here for now rec and files. And now again, let's go back to the Postman. Now we're looking for upload image. And if you remember, we needed to go with what? We needed to go with body. Then we're looking for the form data. Then we'll add a key. We'll say here image, and then it's not going to be a text one, it's going to be a file. We select files, and we're looking for desktop, in this case, images, and then this is the case where I'm going to go with couch, and I'll send it. And once I send, I get back the string. Okay, that's an awesome start. What I'm interested is the console though. And if in a console you see this image, we're in good shape. So now we can proceed to the next piece of functionality. So first we want to check whether the files is there, correct? So let's go here with if rec.files. So if there is no rec.files, what do we do? Bad request, correct? Where do we have the bad request? It's probably with the user. So let me just type it from the scratch, I guess. So let's go here with throw new error, and it's custom error. So we'll say here custom error dot, and then bad request error, and we'll just say no file uploaded. Okay, that's the first one. Then we want to grab the image. So the property over here. So in the object in rec.files, we have image property. And in there, we first want to check whether the MIME type is actually image. How we can do that? Well, we can check the MIME type property, and we can use JavaScript starts with method, correct? So let's just say here const product image, so const product image, and that is equal to rec.files and then image. So I'm looking for that property because I know that in a Postman, that's how I named, correct? So say here, if the product image MIME type doesn't start with image, and that's why we add the exclamation point. So product image MIME type. So that's the name of the property, MIME type, then starts with, that's the method that's available in JavaScript. And I'm just going to go with image. Well, what do? We throw another bad request. And in this case, the message is going to be a little bit different. So let's copy and paste. I'll just say, please upload image. So please upload image. Let's save this. And then one more thing that we can do, we can check for the size. So I don't want any giant images. So in this case, let's just go with max size. That's my variable. And I'm just going to go with 1024 times 1024. So that's going to be my max size. And then I'm going to go with this one, and notice that's my size. And I'm just going to check if product image size property is bigger than my max size. If that's the case, well, what do? We throw another error, another bad request. And in this case, we'll say that please upload image smaller than 1 megabyte, 1 MB. And lastly, we want to use the path. So that's something that's available on Node. So we have path module, and we want to set up the path to public upload. So first we want to get our current dir name, so directory where we're in. Then we want to navigate to public, more specifically uploads. I want to use the product image name. So the name property over here, that's going to be my entire path. And since we're using Express file upload library, we also have access to this MV function, which is going to move that file over there. So let's start setting everything up. Where I want to go up, I want to get my path. Again, this is available on Node, so we don't need to do anything. We just say, get me the path module. Once we have access to the path module, then we scroll back down. We set up a image path. That's going to be the name of my variable. We'll go with path.join, where first I want to get the current directory, and then we want to move up. We want to say we want to go to a public here, then more specifically uploads folder, and then lastly we want to attach a file name. So in here I'll use a template string, and we'll just say product image and name. So that's going to be my file name. Once we set this one up, we want to go with await product image. Again, the function name is MV, and we set up the image path. And once we have this in place, we want to send back the response. And the response is going to look something like this, where we go with res dot and then status. We'll pass in the status codes. We'll say OK. And then as far as the JSON, well, let's just set up here image property, and we'll go with template string again. We'll say uploads. So that's the folder. And then more specifically, we're going to be looking for product image and name. Let's save this, and now let's test it out. Where I'm going to go back to my Postman, and once I send, yep, I have uploads and couch JPEG. And if I take a look at my server, there it is. Now I have uploads, couch, and JPEG. And my sincere apologies. There's a tiny bug. Instead of the dot, I should have went with /. So let me try one more time. Again, the value will be still the same, but notice now correctly couch is in the upload. So I'll remove this one. Yep, tiny bug. And with this in place, now we can start working on the reviews. Wonderful. Now let's keep on moving and we'll set up a review. So start with review model, just like with product, user, and I think that's about it for the models, correct? Create review.js in models, create schema, and for time being, set up following properties with following values. And yes, we'll add some more functionality in there. And I also want you to set up properties for user and for product, because we need to keep in mind that when we're creating a review, not only we want to have a user like we have for the product, but we also want to attach product to that review, correct? So review should be tied to two things, not only user, but also to a product. And eventually I also want you to set up timestamps and export the review model. So let's navigate to a models. We're looking for a review.js. And in here, we want to grab first mongoose. So const mongoose is equal to require and then mongoose. Then we want to set up our schema. So let's call this const review schema. That is equal to a mongoose schema. And in here, let's pass in the rating. So that's going to be the first thing. And that is going to be a type number. So type number. And let's add a few more values, where essentially I want to go with min 1. So minimum will be 1 and max will be 5. And I also want to set it up as required. We'll set up our array, true. And then as far as the message, please provide, and let's say review rating or just rating. That's really up to you. Then I will copy and paste just so I can speed this up a little bit. And next property value will be title. It's going to be type string. So title type string. Let's trim it right away. So string, and let's say trim true. Now min max, we remove that one. And let's just add required. Let's just basically leave required. And we'll call this please provide review title. And then let's also set up some kind of max length. So let's go with max and length. So max length in this case. And we're looking for the value of, I'm going to go with 100. That's really up to you. Also, we want to set up a comment here. So let's do it this way. Copy and paste. We'll call this comment. Type string. As far as trimming, I don't think we need to do that. And when it comes to required, yes, we'll say, please provide a review and text. And I'm not going to set up any kind of max length. And lastly, two more things. We want to set up user and we want to set up the product. And if you remember, we needed to do that in the following way, where we go with user, then type will be what? Well, it's mongoose.schema dot, and then object ID, correct? So object and then ID. As far as reference, we go with user. So user. And then lastly, we have required, and we'll set that equal to true. And the same deal with a product, because again, I know I'm repeating myself, but reviews are tied to user and the product. So user leaves a review on the product, correct? That kind of makes sense. So we'll say here product, type, same, required, the same. Now the difference is the ref. Ref now is a product. Then we want to set up those timestamps, and that is equal to true here. And then we want to export that. So we go here with module, exports is equal to a mongoose model. And we go with a review, comma, and then review schema. And lastly, I want to add a piece of functionality which is going to ensure that user can leave only one review per product. Again, let me repeat. The goal here is that so the user can leave only one review per product. And even though normally I show you how something fails and then a fix, in this case, it's going to be a little bit different because otherwise, if you already add some data in a database, it's not going to work. And then you'll just have to run around like a headless chicken. And therefore, I'll right away show you the fix. Now, let me also tell you right away that there are two ways how we can do that. So one is going to be using the indexing right on a schema. That's going to be something that I'm going to show you right now. And the other one is going to be in the controller. So once we'll get to create review controller, I'll show you another way how we can do that. And the idea is following, where if you remember in Mongoose, we had an option to add unique. So if I go to not user controller, we're looking for user review. Remember, for email, we set this one unique equal to true. But if you remember, it's not really validation. It's the index that the Mongoose sets it up. So then if you'll try to add the same email, then you'll get back the error. Now, in this case, it's a little bit different though, because I want to set up a compound index. I want to set up index for both, for the user and a product. It's not like I can go here with unique and then unique. It's not going to work. The way we set that one up is following. It's where we go with schema name, in our case, schema. And then if you want to have a compound index, meaning a index that entails multiple fields, you go with product. So the name of the field here, in my case, I'm going to go with product1, user1, and then we still need to set up that unique true. Unique, and we set it equal to true. And once we save it, the result is going to be following, where the user can leave only one review per product. So it's not like user can just come in there and then leave 100 reviews with a bad rating. No, only one review per product per user. Hopefully that makes sense. And now we can proceed to the next step. Beautiful. And once we have the model in place, now let's set up the entire structure, where I want you to create a review controller in the controllers, then create following functions. As far as functionality, as always, we're just sending the function name just so we understand what's happening in a Postman. Then we want to set up review routes. In the routes, import all the controllers, and when it comes to access, get all reviews and get single review will be accessible to the public. However, rest of them only accessible if the user has logged in. So if there is a user, and remember what middleware we have to use. Now, gotcha here is that we're not looking for the admin. I'm just looking for the user. So that's something you need to keep in mind. As far as the setup, typical REST, we already covered that. So we have the root one, and then if we have the ID, then we go to colon and ID. We want to import that in the app.js, and we want to use the middleware to set it up. All right. Now let me start working on that, where I want to go to controllers. New file will say review controller. And in here, 5 functions, I believe. Let me double check. Let me just take these ones. It's going to be probably easier if I can see everything that I need to work on. So those are my functions. Const create review async, and rec and res. Let's set up the functionality, res.send, and we're looking for create review. Let's save that one. And now we want to copy and paste. Should be 5, correct? So we go here with get all reviews. We'll use the same value here. So get all reviews. Then we'll look for single one. So get single review. And as far as the text, we'll use get single review. And we have one for update and one for deleting. So let me type here update, as well as here update. And the same will be for the last one. So delete review, as well as here delete review. And then we want to export all the functions. So I guess I can just take these functions now. This is kind of handy, where I can go with module exports. I'm exporting an object, correct? And I just pass it in. Now I do want to remove the semicolon, and then we want to go to the routes new file. I'll call this a review routes.js. And as far as the setup, well, I think I'm going to use the user one again, first 6 lines, just because I don't want to repeat the boilerplate. So review routes, copy and paste. Now, I can give you a hint. We're not going to use permissions in this case. So we can just remove it. We just look for authenticate user. Then we want to grab also all the controllers. So let's take this object. Back in the review routes, let's say const, copy and paste. And where is this coming from? Require. And we go to controllers and review controller. And with everything in place, now we can set up right away our routes. So router.route. And I'm going to go with /. And if you remember, our root route is going to be following API version 1 and then our reviews. And here I'll have 2 routes. So post one is going to have authenticate user and create review. So only if the user has logged in, he or she can submit a review. And when it comes to getting all of them, well, that's going to be a public route. And then we want to go with router.route. And in this case, I'm looking for / and then ID. That's going to be my parameter. Let's just go with get single review. And then the other two, the patch and delete. Well, for those ones, we first want to use authenticate user, then comma, and then we go with update review, and the same deal for deleting. So we're going to go here with authenticate user, and then comma, and delete review. And once we have all of this in place, we simply go with module.exports, and that is equal to a router, of course. And then lastly, let's hop to app.js, where we have all the routers right over here. Let's write a review. Review router is equal to review route, / review routes. And then let's scroll down here, copy and paste. And we go here with the reviews, and it's going to be a review router. Now we just need to hop over to a Postman and test out the basic routes. And once we've got the structure, let's also test it out in the Postman, where we want to create a new folder. Let's call this one a review. And inside of it, let me just double check, just so I don't make any kind of errors. So we have create review, get all of them, get single, update, and delete. So let's start working on them. First one, get, and we'll just go with get all reviews. And then as far as the route, well, we go here with URL, and we're looking for reviews. And if we send, we should get back all the reviews. And before we go any further, let's just quickly test whether if we log out, we can still access it. So let me go back here. I'm going to go with logout user. I'll send, and we should be able to access still all the reviews. And we're successful. So now once we'll create another route, this one to create a review, we'll be also right away able to test our authentication, which again should work. So let's just copy this one, and I'll rename it. I'll say create review. Now I want to navigate here. I want to change the method, first of all, to post. And the route should be, meaning the URL should be exactly the same. So let me go here with URL, and then we're looking for reviews. We send, and we should get authentication invalid. And if you get back the same result, then everything is correct. So now let me go back in and log in as John. And once we send the review right now, the create review, we should get back the string. And if you do, then we're moving in the right direction. So let me close for now all of these guys. And then we want to create another one. So add request. Now this one will be get single review. And we're going to go for URL. Again, for the time being, just the dummy one is going to be fine. So reviews, and then 1, 2, 3. Let's send that. Get single review. Wonderful. Let's copy this one. And then once we navigate here, we want to look for a update review. You want to go with patch in this case. We want to go with patch here. So URL. And we're looking for reviews. And then again, 1, 2, 3. Let's send. We can update. Wonderful. And then lastly, we're also looking for the delete, correct? So we'll copy this one. We'll rename right away. And let me just actually navigate to this one. And here we want to change the method first. And the URL can stay the same. So this should be delete review. And once the structure is in place, now we can move on to the controllers. Wonderful. And once we have the review structure in place, the first route we'll work on is the create review one. And here the steps are following. First, I want you to check for the product. Essentially, that is going to be a product ID in the rec.body. Now, of course, we'll send other things as well, like what is the title and what is the comment and rating. But I mean, for now, we'll just focus on the product in the controller. Then the second thing we want to do, we want to attach a user property onto a rec.body, onto rec.body, and where we get the value, well, there is a middleware, correct? And we have access to rec.user, and more specifically, user ID. Then we want to create a review, but I suggest not testing it yet in the Postman, because there's 2 more things that I want to showcase. So let's get rolling. And I'm looking for a review controller. And we'll start over here by importing some stuff. So const, and I'm looking for review, of course. And this will be equal to my models. And then I'm looking for review. And we'll right away also get the product. And this is not going to make sense right now, but you'll see in a second why. So in here, let's say product is equal to models review and then / product. Then we want to get the status codes, custom error, as well as check permissions. And this is the case where we can speed this up a little bit, where I want to go to user or auth. Which one had all of them? So let me take this. So I'm in the user controller, grab everything. So status codes, custom error, as well as the utils one. And we'll have to just trim it down a little bit, where I'm going to copy and paste. And then in here, we're going to still look for status codes. Yep. Custom error. Yeah, that's the case. But we only want check permissions. So that's the only thing we'll look in the utils for. And then as far as the functionality, like I said, eventually there's going to be more things. But for the time being, I just want to grab the product and I want to destructure it. And you'll see in a second why we want to do that. So first, let's just check for the product, then product ID, and that is equal to what? That is equal to a rec.body, correct? More things coming in, but for now, we just want to focus on the product ID, since the user is going to be sending in the titles, the descriptions, the ratings, as well as product. So we're interested in that product ID. Now, once we get the product ID, let's just do quick and dirty first, and then we'll worry about the rest of the functionality. So in here, I want to go with rec.body, and I want to right away attach that user property on it. So say there's going to be a user property that is equal to rec.user and then user ID, correct? Again, we have the middleware. That's why we can do that. And then let's right away create a review. And then I'll cover two more things we need to do. So we're going to go here with the review, then create, and we'll just pass in the rec.body. So at the moment, this one is somewhat useless. I'm not doing anything with that product ID because that product should be already there, correct? And since it is required, if the user is not going to send it in, there's going to be a big fat error. And then we want to go with res.status. We'll go with status codes and we'll say created. And then we'll say JSON and let's pass in the review. Now, what is issue with our current setup? Well, if the user sends some kind of product ID that doesn't exist, we're not checking, are we? I'm just saying if it exists, yeah, I'm just going to create a review. But before we can do that, it would make sense if we check whether the product exists, correct? And therefore, we grab the product out of the rec.body. So in here, I look for product ID, meaning I gave it an alias. So before we do anything, I want to check whether it is an actually valid product. So we want to go with is valid product is equal to await, then product, then find one. And this is why we want to use the model. This is why we need it here, where we go with find one and we're looking for the product where ID is equal to what? To a product ID. Now, if there is no product, what do? Well, we throw back the error, correct? We say if it's false, then let's send back 404 with no product with ID such and such. So let's go with throw new custom error dot, then not found error. And as far as the message template strings, no product with ID. And then we're looking for product ID. Beautiful. And now the second thing that I want to show you is how we can do that in the controller where we check whether the user already left a review. Before we pass anything, before we create a review, I also want to check whether the user already submitted a review for this specific product. How do we do that? Well, we can come up with some kind of variable name already submitted, and then that will be equal to await. Now we're looking for a review, and I'll say find one. Now in the find one, I'll pass in two things. I'll say get me the review where product is equal to a product ID, and second, where user is equal to what? Rec user ID. Now, if you want, of course, you can destructure it here as well, if that makes a little bit more sense to you, since we're using it in two places. In my case, I'm just going to leave it the way it is. And again, we do the check. We say if already submitted, if there is such product, what do I want to do? I want to throw a custom error where I'll say bad request. So we'll go with throw new custom error, and we're looking for bad request. We'll pass in the string. So already submitted review for this product. And now we can start finally submitting the reviews because we handled both cases. We first handled the non-existing product, and we also checked whether the user has already submitted the review for this product. So now let's hop back to the Postman. We want to go to create review, and first let me just log in as good old Susan. And then once I log in, I want to create the review here. And actually, before we can submit the review, I want to get all the products. So let me grab this one here. Let me just say that I'm looking for the first one. And as far as the review, we'll pass in the body. We'll say raw. We'll say JSON. And we'll start over here. We'll say product. And that one will be equal to the product ID. Next, we want to go with the rating, and I want to keep it as real as possible. Of course, the rating will be 1. Then we want to go with title, I believe. So let me just double check what I set up there in the review model. Model, review, and title and comment. Yep, that's the one. So title, I'll say bad product, and then comma, and we'll go with comment, and comment will be very, very bad product. Very, very bad product. Let's save it. Let's send. And now we have the review. So we have the user ID, we have the product, and underscore ID is the ID for the review. And if I'll try to send one more time, now I'll have already submitted a review for this product, which is coming from our controller. And with this in place, we're done with create review controller. Beautiful. And once we can create the review, now let's work on the rest of the routes as well. And we're going to continue with get all reviews and get single review. And as far as the setup, both of them are public routes, and everything should be already very familiar because we have done that already literally, I believe, 10 times during the course, where we just use find to get all the reviews, and when it comes to single review, we'll use find one, and then we'll use the ID parameter to get a specific review. So let's go to review controller. That's the one. And here, like I said, we have get all reviews. We're going to go with const review, and that is equal to await, then a review, find, and let's just pass in empty options object. So now we're getting all the reviews. By the way, I forgot S here, I guess. And after that, we want to go with res.status first. So status. And here, let's go with status codes. Then, okay, in this case, let me double check. Yep, here I have created that. Looks nice. So let's go here with JSON. And I'm going to send back the reviews first, then comma. And let's also add the count. So every time you have a list, it's very useful for the front end to have the count. Now, can you add some more options? For example, pagination or any kind of filtering? Yes, of course. But since I have more interesting topics that I want to share, I'm not going to do that. And then we also want to work on get single review. Remember, we have a route parameter. It is sitting in rec.params. So we go here with const ID is equal to, basically, I'm giving it an alias of a review ID, just so I can manipulate with the value easier. And then I'm going to go with rec.and params. So that's where the ID is sitting, and I'm right away giving it an alias. After that, we want to look for the specific review. So const review is equal to await, and then a review.find. And in this case, we're going to use find one, and we're going to look for a review where underscore ID matches review ID. And then once I get back the data, I want to check whether the review exists. So if no review, then what we want to do is throw a new error. So throw new custom error dot, and then we're looking for not found error. And as far as the message, we'll go with no review with ID, and then let's look for a review ID. And lastly, what do we want to do? We want to send back the single review, correct? So let's go with res.status. Let's pass in the status codes. Okay. And then JSON. And then let's pass in the review. So now we can go to a Postman and test it out. So let me navigate there. I believe I'm logged in as Susan, but I'll log in one more time. And in this case, I'm going to go with Peter. Essentially, I want to log in as a user, not as an admin, because we'll test out the update and delete functionality in the following video. So might as well right away be a user. So I am Peter. And if I click here, I should get one review, which was committed by Susan, if everything is correct. And then let me take this ID. So that's the review ID. Don't confuse it with user or product. And I'm going to look for a specific one. Reviews 1, 2, 3. I'll change it, and I can clearly see the single review. And with this in place, we have knocked out both routes, the get all reviews as well as get single review. Okay, and once we've got get all reviews and get single review in place, next I want to work on these two bad boys. And on a purpose, I'm going to start with delete review, because most of the functionality will be able to reuse it in update review. And this is going to be the first route where I'm going to trust you to use check permissions. So that's not something we used in the previous projects. Therefore, I showed you the first time how to use it, how to use check permissions. And this is the point where I want you to use it yourself. And essentially, when it comes to deleting a review, we want to get the ID from params, like we just did with the single one. Then we want to check whether a review exists. If it doesn't exist, we go to 404. Then I want to make sure that the review actually belongs to the user. So even though there is authentication, I also want to make sure that the user ID matches review.user. And in here, I'm giving you a hint. What do we need to pass into check permissions? And then if everything is correct, we'll use review.remove. And again, this will make sense a little bit later once I show you extra functionality we haven't talked about it yet. Once I show you a couple of goodies that will make our project more dynamic. And then if everything is correct, we send back 200. So let's go to review controller. Let's keep scrolling down. We have delete review. And again, just to speed this up, because I don't want this video to be 15 minutes long, what do we need to do? Well, in get single review, we pretty much have all the functionality. We can look for one review, it doesn't exist, then we throw the error. The only thing that's missing here is check permissions. So let's scroll down, and where we have single review, pretty much take everything. You can even take the status codes and all that. Then look for delete review, copy and paste. So we're looking for review ID. We try to find it. If it doesn't exist, then what do? Well, we throw 404, correct? Now, in this case, I want to go with check permissions, because I want to make sure that the user ID matches to that of the review user, correct? And what do we pass in here? We go with reg.user, and then we go with review and .user. So those are the two things we pass in. If there's some kind of error, then remember, when it comes to a check permissions, we already have the error codes there, correct? So if I go to check permissions, notice we check whether the role is admin. If it is admin, then admin can do whatever he or she wants. Then we check whether the user ID matches the resource ID. And we need to turn this into a string. And then lastly, what do? We throw error if none of these are true. So back in review controller, we check permissions. And then, like I said, this will make sense later. I'll come back. I'll show you specifically, hey, this is why we used remove instead of find one and update. So here we'll go with await, then review, and then the method we're looking for, instead of save, we go with remove. We invoke, and now instead of sending back the review, there's no point there, we'll just say message, and now will be equal to success, review removed. And now we just need to test it out. So let's navigate back to the Postman. We're looking for delete. And I know I'm Peter, and I know I set it up as Susan. So let's try it out. We should get back the error, and we do. Not authorized to access this route. So why don't we go back to create a review. I'll leave the review for the same product. And in this case, I'm going to go with 5. And I'll say very good product, very good product. And then when it comes to comment, I'm just going to go with very, very good product. Now, this review, we're leaving as Peter, correct? So we leave the review. Then if we take a look at all the reviews, now I have 2 of them, and I'll grab this ID. And if I go to delete review, if I pass in the correct ID, should be successful, and I am. And with this in place, we have knocked out delete review route as well. Awesome. And now let's knock out update review as well. Again, we're looking for ID because it is sitting in rec.params. And just like in the user, when we wanted to update the user, we'll use save. And again, this will make sense in few videos. Please be patient. And therefore, we want to pull out from the rec.body, not email and name. In our case, we're going to be looking for rating, title, and comment. And again, yes, normally it's just going to be coming from the front end like I covered when we were updating the user. Then we want to check whether review actually exists based on the ID that we have in rec.params. If no review, then 404. Then we want to use check permissions, and you just need to remember what we need to pass in. After that, we want to set properties one by one. Again, we're not using find one and update. So remember how we did in the user. One by one, we got the property and we set it equal to the value that's coming in. Then we want to use a review save. And at the very, very end, we'll send back 200. And like I already mentioned, pretty much it is going to be the copy of delete. The only difference is getting the values from the rec.body and then setting them up one by one. So we are looking for a review controller. We want to go here. And in this case, I'm just going to take the entire thing. So let me copy and paste. And in the update review, we're still looking for the ID that's coming from params. Now the difference in this case is a rating. That's going to be sitting in the rec.body title and comment. So those 3 things. And that is equal to rec. And in this case, we're looking for the body. I'll save. We'll still look for that review ID. We'll check whether review exists. We'll still check for permissions because I don't want Peter to update Susan's review or other way around. And instead of remove, first we'll go with save. And then in between the check permissions and save, now, like I said, we have access to that single review if it exists. So in this case, we'll go with a review rating is equal to a rating. And then copy and paste. And now we just want to change these values around. Where instead of rating, I'll be looking for the title. So let me set it over here as title. And then in the next line, we'll set it equal to a comment. And once we have set all these 3 properties, we're good to go. The only thing that's missing is the review in the response. So we use review save, and then instead of message, we'll send back the single review. We'll say here review. So now let's try to update first the Peter's comment, and then if we're successful, let's try to do the same thing with Susan's one. So I'm going to hop back to a Postman, and let me see. Actually, I need to create one more time review because if I remember correctly, we actually deleted. So let's send. Notice we're not getting back the error. That means that there isn't already existing review. And therefore, I can just grab the ID now. So I have the review. Let me take it. And then in the update review, we'll pass it. And then just so I can speed this up a little bit, I'm just going to grab these 3 things. So I'm looking for rating, title, and comment. Those are the things that my front end is looking for. Back end. My apologies. And we want to set them up in update review. So body, raw, and JSON. And now let's go with these 3 values. And I'm just going to change it around where I'll say that rating is 1. And again, this will be a bad one. Bad product. Very, very bad product. And I'll leave by Peter, just so I know which one. Otherwise, I'll have to compare the IDs, and I don't want to do that. So let's send this one in. And then if we take a look at all the products, or I'm sorry, if I take a look at all the reviews, that's what I was trying to say, then I can see that I have two of them. One is done by Susan, and the other one is done by Peter, correct? And now let's try to do the same thing with Susan's review, where if I go to update review, pass her review ID, and let's just change it around to 5 again. And I'm not going to change anything else around because we're not going to be authorized to access this route to begin with. So with this in place, we pretty much have knocked out the stuff that we already covered. So now let's start exploring some goodies that we haven't talked about in the previous projects. All right, and once we're done with fundamentals, let's finally learn some cool new things as well. And first in line is .populate. And what's really cool about populate method is that it allows us to reference documents in other collections. Why is that useful? Well, with the help of populate, we could get specific info about the product when requesting all reviews. So at the moment, when we get back all the reviews, we can nicely see user, which references the user ID, and the same goes for product. Now, all is nice, but what if I want more info on the actual product? For example, I want name, company, and price. And the way we set that up, first we want to go back to all reviews, and then right after find, just like with other methods, we just chain it. We go with dot and then populate. And then inside of the object, we want to pass in two things. What we want to reference, and then what properties we want to get. So in here, we go with path. And of course, this needs to match to whatever we have in the model, correct? So if I take a look at the review model here, where is the product sitting? Right here. So I want to reference this model, and therefore I go with path, and we set it up as product, then comma, and then we go with select. So in here, I want to say what properties I want to get. And of course, it does make sense to get the actual product properties. If you want to double check them, go to the model and you'll be able to find them. Now, in my case, what am I looking for? I want to go with name, then company, and also a price. Let's save it. Let's go back. And then once we send it, check it out. Not only I get the ID, but I also have name, price, and company. And you probably have two questions. First, can we do the same thing with user? Yes, of course. Just take this whole thing and copy and paste. And instead of product, looking for user. And in my case, I'm going to go with just name. Let's save it. Let's send it. And then instead of just user ID, I also have the name. So in my case, I'll remove it. Just keep in mind that you can keep it there. Second question, can you use it, for example, on get single review? Of course, same deal. You already know the steps. Use the populate and you'll get the info. Nice. And once we're familiar with populate, let's also try to apply it to our product. And what am I talking about? Well, when we are getting single product, or if you want, when we're getting all the products, even though most likely you'll use this one when you're getting a single product, not only I want to get the data, but I also want to get all the reviews that are associated with the product. Now, the problem is that you cannot just simply go back to your product controller, and then when you're looking for single product, go here with dot, and then populate, and then say reviews. Why? Well, because such connection does not exist. We haven't connected our product to reviews. And in order to accomplish our task, we'll have to use Mongoose virtuals. And you can think of virtuals as properties that do not persist or are stored in the database. they only exist logically. So essentially, we create them on the fly when we want to compute something. And in order to set it up, we'll have to do a little bit more work. Why? Well, because if we take a look at our product model, well, there's no reference of review, is there? So unlike the review, where we were already referencing product and user, yes, we can access it using populate. But in the case of product, we'll have to do some additional logic. And that additional logic is going to look something like this. Or first, where we have the timestamps, we want to go with comma, and we want to go with to JSON, and we want to include virtuals. So this reviews will add it as a virtual property. And for everything to work, we need to go here with this object and right after timestamps. Now, if you don't have the timestamps, of course, then you'll just pass here to JSON. Then we want to go with virtuals and true. And we want to set the same thing to object. So to object, and then we'll go with virtuals true. So we set up this model to accept virtuals. That's step number one. Then I want to create that virtual property. So the one that I just set up in the controller. So if you name this differently, then please use that name. But in my case, already in get single product, I said that I want to get the product, and I also want to populate the reviews, a property that at the moment does not exist on my model. How we can set it up? Well, we go with schema name. So in this case, of course, product schema.virtual, and then we go with name. So in my case, I'm going to go with reviews because that's what I used in the controller. And then we want to set up that connection. First, we want to set up a reference. So we go with ref, and what is going to be the model, correct? So in our case, we go with review. Then we want to go with local field. So we're looking for some kind of connection between the two. And if I take a look at the review, I can see that there is a product property, which is the ID, correct? Now, in the product, what does that ID property look like? The local field is underscore ID, correct? So we go here with underscore ID, and then we want to pass in foreign field. So what's going to be the field in the review? And that field will be product. Then we add comma, and since I want to get the list, we want to go with just one and false. And then in a second, I'll show you one more option that we have. So now let's save it. And then if I go back, I should be able to see all the reviews for that one specific product. Because for time being, I think we have been adding all the time reviews for the same product. So let's get all the reviews first. And then this is going to be the review ID. What I'm looking for is this product. And then if I go to get single product here, I can send it. And I should be able to see the reviews. So notice reviews property now. And here I have the review ID and the rest of the cool stuff. Now, what's also really nifty that we can match specific documents. So for example, I want to get only the reviews where the rating is 1. How I'm going to do that? Well, first, I guess I'll have to update the review, correct? So let's go back here and yeah, let me get all the reviews again. I believe I'm logged in as Peter. So where I have the user, I'm going to go with show current one. Okay, yeah, I am Peter. So let me get all the reviews and let's see. So where's the Peter one? I think somewhere it says by Peter. Okay, this one. So let me grab this one. And then I'll update it. I'll update. And then the rating now will be 5. Okay, awesome. And then where I'm getting that single product, I can also go back to my text editor and we can set up a match where I say, get me only the documents where rating is equal to 5. So once we go back, we get the single product. Now we only have one review, the one that has the rating of 5. Hopefully that is clear. So in my case, I'll remove this one. But before I let you go, one very, very important thing that I want to mention is the fact that this is a virtual property. So what that means, unlike when we were going for our model, the product one, you cannot query it. So you cannot say, hey, get me this specific review or that one. No, you'll just get all the reviews. And therefore, in the next video, I'll showcase the alternative approach what we can take. So we can set up actual queries on the reviews that are associated with specific product. Beautiful. And once we're familiar of how we can set up virtuals on the model, now let me show you the alternative if you want to query this data, because again, I know I'm repeating myself, but you won't be able to query this one because this is a virtual property. So unlike the product where we go with find one and then we can chain whatever we want after that, with these ones, with the reviews, it's not going to be happening. And the way we set that up, first, I want to go to review controller. So start over here. And this is going to be a little bit different where we'll set up a controller in reviews because we have access to review model. And then we'll import it into a product route. Now, can you do it in product controller and then just attach it to an export object? Yes, you can. Just remember that you'll have to get a review model in there. So those are your choices. And in my case, I'm just going to set up everything in a review controller since I already have access to the model. And in here, let's go with controller name, get single product reviews. And it's going to be a sync. That's not a surprise. Rec and res. And then as far as the functionality, first I'll check product ID because I want to get only the reviews associated with specific product, correct? So there will be a route param which will match the product ID. And the name will be ID, but I'll give it an alias right away, product ID. Now that is going to be sitting in rec.params. Then we want to go with reviews. And in this case, instead of getting all of them, we'll say await, then review. That's the model name. Then find. And we're looking for product and product ID. So get me only the reviews where product matches the product ID. Beautiful. And then let's send back the response. So res.status. And we're going to go with status codes. Okay. And then as far as the JSON, well, same deal. Let's go with reviews. And let's also be very useful to our front end. And let's just say reviews.length. Let's save it. And now I want to export. So I'm going to go with get single product reviews. And then I'll navigate to the routes one. I'm looking for the product one. That's extremely important. And instead of the product controller, I'm looking for get single product reviews from the reviews controller. So let's go to require, then controllers, and then a review controller. And then right after the router.route, we'll set up another route. And this one will be /ID. So that's the product ID. And then /reviews. And in here, it's going to be a get route. It's going to be a public one, so everyone can access that. And then we'll just look for get single product reviews. Once we save, then we want to hop back to a Postman. We want to create a new route. And I'm going to do that in the product. So new request. It's going to be a get request. We're looking for here the URL. Then reviews. Then there's going to be an ID. And then we'll say, or I'm sorry, this is actually products. My apologies. So products, then the ID, and then reviews. So now again, let me see the product that had all the IDs. In here, I believe the product is this one. So let's test it out. Let's see. We have get, and the name here is going to be get single product reviews. And what I want you to do is copy and paste the ID. Make sure that the syntax is correct. And if everything is correct, you should get reviews and the count will be 2. Now, if I take a look at all the products, hopefully I have a few of them. And let's see. So as far as the ID, C6, okay, that's C6. And if I want to see the other one, I'll just showcase that this one doesn't have any reviews. So if we go back here and if we use the other one, it should be an empty array because there are no reviews associated with this product. Again, the biggest difference here is following, where once I set this one up, I can set up whatever querying my heart desires here. And it's not available on the virtuals because they're not actually on that particular model. Hopefully that is clear. And now we can move on to the next topic. Beautiful. And once we're familiar with virtuals, now I want to show you finally why we used here this dot remove. So in the product, why we used dot remove. And the idea is following. We have the products, correct? And we have some reviews associated with that product. But what happens when we remove the product? Does it make sense that we have some kind of reviews laying around even though they're not associated with any type of product? And of course, just like with all my questions, the very obvious answer is no, we don't want that. And how we can accomplish that? Well, we could set up a pre-remove hook. Basically, before we remove the product, I want to go to a review model, get the reviews that are associated with the specific product, and just remove them. And if you remember when we were seeding the database, we used this delete many. And that's exactly the method we're going to use. And just like in the previous examples, the reason why we're using here this remove, because this will trigger that hook. So unlike the find one and delete, it wouldn't trigger. But with this remove, it triggers the hook, and therefore we have it here. So now let's go to the product model. There it is, right over here. And then right below the virtual, we're going to go with product schema, then dot, and then we go with pre. Now in this case, though, it's not pre-save. We're going to go with pre-remove. And in here, it's going to be a async function. Again, we'll go with good old function keyword because we want to access that. Then we'll go with next here. If you remember, this was technically optional with the latest versions of Mongoose. We don't actually need to call that, but let's just leave it there. And in this case, I want to go with await. This is going to be asynchronous. And what's really cool, not only I can access this model by using this, I actually have a method there by the name of model. Now in the model, I can pass in a different model. Now what is the model that I'm looking for? Well, when I'm removing the product, I want to access the review model, correct? So in here we type review. Then we go with the method name and we go with delete, and many. Now in delete many, we want to specifically say, well, what reviews we want to remove. And we want to remove the reviews where product matches what? This dot underscore ID. Now we cannot see underscore ID, but we know that on every document there is that property. So we'll go here with product is equal to this underscore ID. And if you're wondering why we go here with the product, because that's the property on the review model that references the product. And like I said, we go here with this underscore and ID. We save it. Let me try without next. And then let's see how it works out. So now I'm going to head back to the Postman. Again, I'm going to get all the reviews and they are associated with only one product. So first, I guess I need to log in as John, correct? Because only admins have those privileges. So I'm going to go with John. I'll log in, and then let me get this ID. That's the product ID. It's very, very important. And now I want to remove the product. So let me go back here. Let me remove it. Let me send. And I successfully removed the product. And here comes the moment of truth. Whether I see any reviews, because both reviews were associated with that. And once I send, I have no reviews, which means that the logic works. Once we remove the product, right before we do that, we go to reviews and we delete all the reviews that are associated with this particular product. And again, I know I'm repeating myself, but that was the deal why we needed to use here this await product remove, because this one will trigger the hook. Hopefully that is clear. And now we're familiar of how we can remove all the reviews associated with specific product once we delete the product. All right, I saved the best for last. And now I want to show you how we can automatically update average rating and number of reviews in the product schema when we remove, create, or update review. We'll do that using aggregate pipeline. And since there's quite a bit to cover, I'll purposely split this up in multiple videos and utilize quite a few console logs. So first thing that I want to do is navigate to my product model. And if you remember, we set up over here the average rating, and right below it or above it, doesn't really matter, I'm also going to add num of reviews. So number of reviews. And by default, it's going to be exactly the same, where we'll go with number and 0. Make sure to add a comma so you have a proper syntax. And with this in place, now we can navigate to a postman. And I'm going to log in as John, meaning I want to log in as admin, just so we can start from the scratch. So get me all reviews, and the moment it shows me that I have none reviews, that is awesome. And now we can navigate to review model. And for time being, we'll just log some stuff. So let's go below the index and let's just go with review schema. And here, let's go with post. And like I said, save. We're going to go with async. And let's call a good old function. And for time being, as far as logic, let's just call log. And let's say post save hook called. And we want to do the same thing where I'll copy and paste. And instead of post save, we'll go with post remove. And of course, in here, I want to change it where post remove. And now let's go back to the postman and let's test it out whether everything works. So let me navigate back. I'll create a new review. I mean, it doesn't really matter. Again, let me just double check whether the product exists. Otherwise, that's not going to make sense. So notice here I have num of reviews is 0. That makes sense since we just set it up. And then as far as creating the review, grab it here. I'll copy and paste. We create it, and I'll right away update and delete, just so you can see that we're calling those hooks. So now let me go here with update review, and I'm going to be looking for one. And let me just get the review ID. So again, this is not a product ID. Now I'm looking for the review ID here. So let me update it correctly to 1. And now let me remove the review as well. So let me copy and paste the ID for review. Let me call it. And now I have successfully removed the review. Now, what I'm interested though is the console, where essentially I want to see that my post save is called, as well as post remove hook is called. And if you see in a console 3 console logs, now in my case, I might have more because I think I send the same request twice to a patch one, but essentially you should see the first one when we call the post reviews. This is where we create it. Then when we patch it, we also call post save hook. And then when we remove, when we go with delete, then we also call post remove hook. This is why it was so crucial for us when we set up the delete review as well as update review to use review.save and review.remove. Again, I kept saying that I'll explain this later. Later is now, where I'm explaining that in order to trigger those hooks, we need to use remove as well as save in this case. And with this in place, the last thing that I want to cover in this video is the static methods. So if you remember, when we were setting up the user, we set up a method. Now, method is on the instance. What does that mean? Well, that means that in the user controller, once I create the user, I can use that method. Now, let me double check what is the method, compare password. So that one, if I remember correctly, we used in the login. So let me go to user controller. Let me take a look at the login one, update user, or I'm sorry, that was actually in the auth. My apologies. So let me go to login and remember, this was the function, correct? We created an instance here, and then on that instance, we can use the method. So that's one option we can take. Another option we can take, we can create a static method on the schema. Now, what that means is that we're not calling it on the instance that we create. We actually call it on the schema. And the way it's going to look like, first we need to go with the schema name. In my case, that is review schema. So let's go here with review schema dot, then we go with statics, and you'll see how we call it. But in order to set it up, we go with statics, not methods. Again, I know I'm repeating myself, but this is extremely important. Where in the user, we went with methods and then the function name. In this case, since I want to call it on the schema, not on the instance, I'm going to go with statics and then whatever name you want. So in my case, it's going to be calculate average and rating. Now, once I have this in place, this is going to be a sync function, and it's going to be looking for one thing. It's going to be looking for the product ID, because again, there's going to be a more functionality a little bit later. For now, what I want you to do is just log the product ID. So basically, whatever we are getting there. So let me go here with product. And you know what? I think I forgot to add here ID. And once I have both of them matching, then we're good. And now in order to call this static method, we need to go back to the hook. And then remember, when we go with this, what we access? When we access the actual schema, correct? Now, in order to call the static method that schema has, we need to go with this, but we'll right away go with await. And then we need to go with constructor dot, and then whatever is the name. So in my case, we're going to go here with calculate rating, like so. So let's do it this way. And as far as the product ID, well, we have the product property, correct? Now, what is this referencing? It's referencing a product. And what is the value? Well, it's a product ID, correct? So I want to invoke the calculate average rating. And as far as the product ID, we'll pass it using this dot and then the product. And we want to do the same thing where? Well, in the remove. So let me take this. I'll remove the console log and I'll invoke calculate average rating. And what's the next step? Well, again, in the Postman, I simply want to create a review. So the product will stay the same. I'll update the review one more time. So in this case, the ID is going to be different. I mean, it should be correct because we removed the previous one. So we go here with update. And then lastly, I want to remove it as well. So I want to remove it. Let me save. I should have no reviews. And back in the console, I should see 3 times a product ID. When we create the review, when we update the review, and also when we remove the review. So we're leaving a review for the product, and this ID is going to match that product ID. And the reason why we're passing in, because eventually there will be way more logic than just simple console log. And if you can see all 3 console logs, we are in good shape and we can move on to the next step. All right, and once we can see our console logs with product ID, before we start setting up aggregation pipeline, I want to set up everything from the scratch, meaning I want to log in as admin. I want to remove all the products, then add 1 product, and then add 2 reviews. Since that way, we'll all be on the same page. So let me go back to the Postman. I'm going to log in as John in my case, since John is admin. And then let me get all the products. I want to remove the ones that I have. Currently I have 3. So yep, this might take a little bit of time. Let's remove this one. Then we'll scroll to the next one. Remove that one as well. Over here. And then I have a 3rd one all the way in the bottom. So let's remove this one as well. So let's remove. We should have empty array. We do. Then let's create a new product. And I'm just going to say product number 1. Product number 1. As far as these values, I'm just going to leave it the way it is. So we're creating the product. And if I get all the products, yep, that's the one. And now I want to take this ID and then navigate to create a review. In here, pass it in. Let's send that one. And now let's log in as Susan or Peter or whatever users you have. So in my case, I'm going to go with Susan. And then the same thing, create a review, but in this case, let's go with 1. So let's change some things around so we can get actually an average rating. Let's send it. And now if we take a look at all the reviews, we should have 2 for the same product, obviously. And then 1 is 5 and the second one is 1. And with this in place, now we can start finally setting up the aggregation pipeline. Beautiful. And once we have set our database back to 1 product, now let's see how we can set up aggregation pipeline. And in the process, get average rating as well as count for all reviews for that one specific product. There will be 2 videos on this. First, I'll show you the GUI option in Atlas. So essentially how we can do that in graphical interface. Therefore, if you're not logged in, please do so. And second, we'll repeat the most steps in the code since we also want to interact with our product model. Because remember, both of those properties are actually on the product model. We'll just use reviews model to calculate that. So every time we update the reviews, we'll send off some code to a product. Now, when it comes to aggregation, it's pretty complex MongoDB topic. So if you want to find more info on some operators that I'm going to showcase, or if you want to find out about different setups, please utilize MongoDB docs, since in there you can find all the information. So, assuming that you're looking at the same database, the e-commerce one, you can see that I have 1 product, I have 2 reviews, and I have 3 users. Now, in order to set up aggregation, I just need to look for my collection, which in my case, again, is going to be reviews, and then we'll communicate with a product. And then we bravely click here on the aggregation. And when it comes to aggregation pipeline, you need to think of it as steps. So we can match all the products, then we'll group based on some kind of pattern, and then optionally we can sort it as well. Now in our case, we're not going to add sorting. We're just looking for two things. I want to match all the products where the product ID is this one, which of course at the moment seems silly because that's the only reviews that I have for that one product. But we need to understand that eventually there's going to be more products. And then once I match all the reviews that one specific product ID, then what do I want to do? Well, I want to group. I want to group them and then take a look at the average rating as well as how many reviews I have. So the first step is following, where we go here and we need to look for match. So that's the operator name. Again, if you want to find out more about the operator, please utilize MongoDB docs. We go here with match, and this is where I need to say, hey, I want to get all the reviews where the property matches something. Now, what is the property that I'm looking for? Well, it is product, correct? Why? Well, because if I take a look at my code, I can clearly see that I'm going to be passing in the product ID. So we can already put two and two together. Where since this is dynamic, since I'm getting here this product ID, I want to match all the reviews where the product ID is the same value, correct? So let's go back here, and the name here needs to match exactly because on my scheme I have the product. So here we go with product, and yes, in this case we'll hard code because we're working in a GUI. But remember, in our code it's going to be a little bit different. So now what I want to do is go with object ID and then just grab this sucker over here. Make sure that you get the product one and also make sure that the syntax is correct. If you don't see any reviews, for example, if I remove this one, I won't see any reviews. That means that there's some kind of bug. So make sure that you also see two documents. And again, eventually this is going to be dynamic and eventually we'll have more reviews. For time being, all I'm saying is get me all reviews where product key has this value. All right, that's the first step. So now we matched all documents. In the next stage, now we want to group them together. So we go with add stage and we're looking for group. And notice how right away they spit back some very useful code examples. And keep in mind that this is something that we're constructing. Meaning in here, I'll create an ID property and I want to set it equal to some kind of expression. Now, to tell you honestly, since we have both reviews for the same product and our data is not that complex, we can actually pass here null. This is the case where Mongo docs really come in handy, where you can take a look, right? So group by expression. Now, in our case, we don't want to group based on anything. We really have the list and we're pretty much good to go. There's really no need for us to add anything in expression. Now, can you add here product ID? Yes, of course you can, if you want. But again, it's not going to make any kind of difference. The difference here is going to be if you have some kind of more specific data that you want to group by. So again, imagine, I don't know, a reviews and you want to group by the review rating. So that's the case where not only you're getting the list, but you want to group them by the rating. Hopefully that is clear. And if not, then please utilize the docs and you'll see that. Again, in this case, we have two options. Either I can just pass in here null, since I'm looking for the entire list to begin with. Or if you want to be really specific, then you can type out the product here, but it's not going to make much of a difference. So next, we want to create some fields, correct? And we're looking for two things. We're looking for the average rating, and I also want to get the number of reviews. So first, if I just remove this field name, and as a side note, again, this is something that we are creating. So I'm saying that there's going to be an ID property there. Now for the time being, the value will be null. And there's also going to be some other fields. So if I remove this, the moment this is the only thing that I get back. Now what I also want is to get average rating. And that will be equal to, so the syntax is following where we need to set up here the curlies. and then we're looking for another operator. And in this case, I'm looking for the average one. And then I want to set it equal to whatever property I'm looking for. So I want to get the average on what? Well, I want to get the average on the rating, correct? So rating is the one that's changing. In one case, it's 5, and the other one, it's 1. Now, how we can set that average? Well, we go here for the property, but we do need to add this $sign. So we need to say here a rating. And then this should return 3. Why? Well, because I have 5 and 1. As you can see, it is getting calculated. And then lastly, I want to get the number of reviews. Again, these properties, the only reason why I'm naming this way, because that's how we have them in the product. But remember, whatever we're getting back here, this is what we're setting up ourselves, correct? So in here, we just use the operators, but as far as the keys, I'm setting them up myself. Let's go here with number of reviews. And that is equal to, we'll set up the curlies. Now we'll use another operator. We'll go with sum, and the syntax, if you want to just sum them up, is set it equal to 1. And now check it out. I have average rating, I have number of views, and I get the values. I fully understand that probably the ID is the most confusing one. Again, I know I said this before, but the reason why I can add here null is because I already look for the entire list. If you're going to have some kind of property that the value is actually changing, because keep in mind that for a product, the value is not changing. Therefore, I can either go with ID null, or I can actually set it equal to product. It doesn't really matter. Just keep in mind that the syntax would be following where you're looking for the product. And then notice, again, my value did not change, because you need to keep in mind that I'm grouping them by that ID value. And since the ID value is exactly the same, therefore the result is exactly the same. But if you want to group them by something that is changing, then you'll get multiple values. And again, this is something that you can clearly see in the docs. That's why I don't want to go out of the way and start setting up some kind of wannabe example, because you can clearly read this option in the docs. And then once we have all of this in place, now let me go back to null. So I'm going to go here with null. And then if we want to get the code, essentially, if we want to just get the code snippet that we can use in our code base, then we can simply go to export pipeline. We're not looking for the Python. We're looking for the node. And then let's also add both of these like so. And what you're looking for here is not the MongoDB, not the driver and all that. What you want over here is this one, the aggregation. Now, in my case, like I said, we'll start everything from the scratch regardless, because there's more functionality that you want to add. So I suggest pretty much just either taking this whole thing, maybe let's do it this way, and then let's navigate back to our project. And let's set up a temp file where we have the models. So in here, let's just say temp and JS. And let's copy and paste. Again, we're not going to use this functionality. We're literally just looking for this array. That's the only thing we want over here. So for time being, we'll just save it. So that's how we can set up aggregation pipeline in the GUI, in the graphical interface. Beautiful. And once we're done setting up aggregation pipeline in Atlas, I want to do the same thing in our code. And in here, first we want to navigate to review.js, and we're looking for the calculate average rating. Now, my apologies. I think I should have went with something more generic, because we'll also be looking for number of views, but hopefully you can forgive me. And the way we set everything up is following. First, I want to go with some kind of value. In my case, I'm going to call this a result is equal to, and this is going to be asynchronous. So we need to go with await. Then we're looking for our schema. So we go here with this, and then the method name is aggregate. So the syntax is following. We go with aggregate. It is a method we invoke, and just like in our temp.js, where essentially we have array, then we have first step, second step, same we need to do over here, where in this .aggregate, we pass in the array, and we'll set up these steps. And you can copy and paste if you want. In my case, I will set up everything from scratch. But if you copy and paste, keep in mind that some values you'll have to change here around. So I'm going to go back here. I'm going to set up the first step, which is matching. So we go with match. Again, that's the operator. And then I'm going to go with product. So that's the key. But in this case, we're not hard coding. I'm not going to pass in some specific object ID. I'll say whatever product ID I'm getting in calculate average rating, well, that's the one that I'll use. So say product and then ID. That's my first stage. Then we add comma, and then we want to set up another stage. Now this is the grouping one, correct? So we go with group operator, and that's the object that we are returning. And again, I'm going to go with ID here. And like I already previously mentioned, either we go here with product. So essentially that is just going to get all the reviews in the list that match that product, which is our list at the end of the day. So in our example, we can also go with null. That's really up to you, and I'm not going to repeat the entire setup because I think I already covered that in a previous video. Where yes, if you have more complex data, if you have, let's say, some kind of list where you want to group them by the rating or something like that, then that matters. Whatever you pass in as an ID, in our case, it doesn't, since I want to get the entire list anyway. And then we want to go with average rating. So that's the property name that I'm getting. And this one will be equal to $, average operator. And I'm going to be looking for my rating. So rating property. And also I want to set up number of reviews, but in between the videos, I noticed that there's a tiny bug. It's not number of. Actually, in here, I have num of. So two options. Either you change it here or you change it in the code. In my case, I think I'm just going to stick with this one just so I have less things to worry about. So back in the review, let's set up average rating. That's number one, comma, then number of reviews. That is equal to an object. Remember, sum operator, and we set it equal to 1. And what you'll notice once you start deleting, updating, or just creating reviews, that this value will be changing. So we go here and we go with log, and I want to see the result. Then we want to go back to the Postman, and in there, since I'm logged in as Susan, I believe, I'm going to update my review. So let me get all the reviews. I'll say it over here that this is done by Susan. Let me take the ID. Let me update the review. And then in here, and by the way, I should have went with some different number. So I go with 3. And then if we take a look at our code, what you'll notice in the console is this array. So in the array, since I'm getting all the list items, since I'm grouping all the list items, I have only one object. So of course, if you have more complex grouping, you'll have multiple objects, and you can clearly see that in MongoDB docs. That's why I'm not going to spend any more time on that. And then in here, I have average rating as well as number of reviews. So what's the next step? Well, the next step is to update the product whose ID is matching this product ID. So once I get back my object, I simply want to take these two properties and I want to update the product. How we can update the product? Well, we can go with this.model product, and then we have access to find one and update. Now, I'm not going to showcase this with Postman yet because I think it's just going to take more time, but we also need to keep in mind that at some point, if I remove all the reviews associated with the product, this array will be just empty. There's going to be nothing there. Yes, we'll set up the functionality where we update that, but we also need to check whether this object actually exists. Therefore, we'll use chaining, optional chaining, which is available in JavaScript, but there's other methods as well. So let's go here with a try catch first. So try catch. And in the try block, I want to go with await. It is asynchronous. I'm looking for this.model. And in here, what model do I want? Well, I want product, correct? So we'll go here with product. Then we go with find one and update. We already know this method. First thing we pass in is the product ID. So we can go here with underscore ID and then equals to a product ID, correct? Then what do we want to update? Well, on a product, what are the property names? Average rating and number of reviews, correct? So average rating, and that is equal to what? Well, now I have my result, correct? My array. It's right over here. But we also need to keep in mind that we'll have to use some kind of math round operation. So in my case, I'm just going to go with math ceil. So I'll say math ceil is equal to, and then we pass in result. I'm looking for the first item for my object, but again, there's going to be cases where there are no reviews. Let's say we remove all the reviews for that one specific product. Therefore, we'll add here question mark and then dot. And if you're not familiar, this is optional chaining. And if you're interested, I have the video, the entire video in my YouTube channel, Decoding Addict. And more specifically, you're looking for JavaScript Nugget series, and there I have the optional chaining one. And then I'm looking for average rating. If it doesn't exist, then I simply want to go with 0, like so. And then what we want to do is copy this, and we're looking for not average rating. We're saying num of reviews, num of reviews. That's the property name. On the object, again, we'll go with math.ceiling. Now, in this case, though, we actually don't need to use the math ceiling. We'll simply say result and num of reviews. If the property exists, then awesome. If it doesn't, then we'll just set it equal to a 0. We save it, and now let's test it out, where I'm going to go to my postman, and I'm going to set it back to 1. Let's send it. So we send back, and I'm not sure whether we're still console logging, but we should. So let me go back here. And first in the catch, let's just add log an error. And then above try and catch, let's log the result, because I want to showcase what is going to be a result if we remove all the reviews. And now let's update, or I'm sorry, now let's check it out, the get all products. And you'll notice that for this product, what's really cool now, average rating is 3 because we have 5 and 1. And what about number of reviews? It is 1. So if I log in as John again, since I'll remove all of them, you'll notice some interesting changes where I'll get all my reviews. Okay, that's a start. And first I want to remove John's review, which is 5. I send it, and then again, if I take a look at all the products, check it out. Now I have average rating 1. That's what we're calculating. And how many reviews? Only 1. So if I remove the last one, the Susan's review, you'll notice that everything is going to go back to 0. So delete review, copy and paste, and everything should be back to 0. So get all products. And what do you know? We have average rating and number of reviews 0. So that's how we can set up the aggregation pipeline in the code. So if you want, you can utilize some of the code snippets that we got back from Atlas. That's definitely an option, but this is essentially how you would type it out. And then lastly, I just want to mention that a result is an empty array. Therefore, we use this optional chaining, where if you'll just say, hey, get me result 0 and then average rating, you'll get back an error. Because if array is empty, then JavaScript is going to complain how I can get the average rating on something that doesn't exist in the array, since there is not a first item in the array. Hopefully everything was clear. I'll remove this console log for result, and now we can move on to setting up our orders. All right, and just to give you a better understanding of how and why we need to set up group ID, let me show you a small example. So first, what I want you to do is go back to the Postman. Now, technically, you can just sit back and relax and just watch me do it. But if you follow along, then go to the Postman, log in as all 3 users. So in my case, I'll start with John, then Susan, then Peter. And then for all of them, I want to create a review for the same product. And in this case, I'll leave 2 reviews the same as far as the rating. So let's say 2 will be with 5 and then 1 will be with 1, or however you want. But effectively, the idea is that 2 ratings are the same and then 1 is different. So in my case, I'll leave 5. Then again, I'll log in as Susan. And I'll leave the same review, 5. And then I'll log in as Peter. And in this case, I'll leave the review of 1. So 2 5s and then 1 1. Then if I take a look at all the reviews, I should have 3, correct? And again, like I said, we have 2 with 5 and then 1 with 1. Then I want to go back to the Mongo, and in a database, I'll refresh just so we can start from scratch. And we're looking for our reviews collection. That's step number 1. Then we'll go to aggregation. And after that, we will set up a grouping where we'll group based on rating. And that's when you'll actually see that group ID in action. Because at the moment, I have been saying all this time, when it comes to group ID in our example, I could have went with null, I could have went with product. It didn't make a difference. So here I'm in the reviews, correct? And specifically, I'm going to go to aggregation. I have 3 documents, correct? And first, what we want to do, first stage we want to set up is the match. So for some reason, it just takes ages. My apologies. And I'm going to right away go to match. And what am I looking for? Well, again, I'm looking for all the reviews where product property is equal to the hard-coded value, correct? And again, all my 3 reviews point to the same product. So in here, I go with object ID, and then I want to get it. So where's the product? There it is. So let me take it. And once I match all the products, on the right-hand side, yep, I'll have sample of 3 documents. And now let's add that grouping. And let's go over it one more time, where I'm going to go with add stage. And then let's set up the group. And as far as the ID, again, since I got all the reviews that are associated with that product, it doesn't really make a difference whether I go here with null, because I'm not using it. I'll still get back basically that 1 response, or I'm going to go with product. So if you'll set it up over here as product, the response is going to be exactly the same. Why? Well, because the product is the same in all my documents. Now, where is this going to make sense? If, for example, you want to count how many reviews you have with specific rating for that product, how we would do that? Well, in that case, my group ID is going to be a rating. So instead of product, I'll say, yep, group them based on a rating. And then in each group, I want to count. Notice how right away I get back 2 documents. Because remember, we were getting back what? Well, we were getting back the array, correct? So in this case, we're getting 2 documents. And since we're getting 2 documents, what that means is that this one is for 5. So this is going to reflect all the reviews where the rating is 5, and this is for 1. And again, the key difference here is that a rating is changing, unlike the product, which is going to be exactly the same since I'm already matched all the ratings based on that product. So hopefully that is clear. And just to make it extremely clear, I'm going to add a sum property. We need to go with curlies here. And then let's just use sum. And you know what? I'm just going to call this amount. So now what I want to count is how many reviews I have with that specific rating for that specific product. And now check it out. I have 2 ratings with 5, which is correct, and then 1 with 1. Hopefully this is clear. Hopefully I was able to explain where this ID group comes into play and why in our case we can either go with null or we can go with product. And the result is going to be exactly the same. Great. And once we're clear on aggregation, let's set up our last model, the order one. And the good news is that we're pretty much in the home stretch. Once we're done with orders, we just want to make the docs, set up security, and we're ready for deployment. So for everyone who's getting anxious or maybe tired of this project, we're almost there. Just hang with me and we'll get there in no time. Now, when it comes to orders, a big part of it is cart. Essentially, the items the user wants to buy, correct? And effectively, we've got two options. First, all the cart data is on the front end and it's persisted in local storage. Or second option, we can store cart data directly in a database. Now, in this project, we'll cover option number one. So we will assume that there is a front end that is sending us all the cart info. And effectively, in order to test it, of course, we'll use the Postman. But just to give you a visual representation, I'm going to be coming back to the Comfy store that we built in React. And in the Yelp clone project, so project number 13, we will set up cart data in a database. And I'll show you how we can do that using Express sessions. And like I said, I'm going to keep showing you the visual representation where the idea is following. Yes, there's some kind of site. There's products. And I can click on any of the products. I can choose the quantity. I can choose the color. Add it to the cart. There is my cart. And like I said, most likely it's going to be stored in local storage. So if you navigate there, notice this is the cart data. And then once the user is ready to proceed to the checkout, this is where we do two things. First, we'll communicate with Stripe, because remember, we need to get that client secret. And second, we will set up the initial order. Now, in this project, I'll show you something that I talked about in the Stripe project, where before we even communicate with Stripe, we want to double check whether the data that is coming in from the front end actually makes sense. So we want to check whether the ID exists for the product, and if it does exist, what is the correct price. We always want to double check when it comes to money. Then we want to communicate with Stripe, and then we'll set up the order. And then once the payment is complete, then we'll get additional data and we'll add it to an order. And don't worry, if some of it does not make sense, if you're familiar with my teachings, you know that I'll come back to this screen one too many times probably. So if I'm here, if I'm in the cart, and if I'm the user, I go to a checkout, and just like in the previous project, when we communicated with Stripe to get that client secret and to send it back to the front end, in this case, we'll communicate with our backend to make sure that all the data is correct, whether the product exists and what is the correct price and all that. And second, we'll create an order. So not just get the client secret like within the previous project, we'll actually set up the order. And then once the payment is complete, then we'll get that additional data. So let's go back first to our project. And you're looking in the README, and we want to start, like always, with a schema. And we want to create order.js in the models. Then we want to create the schema. We want to set up tax, shipping fee, subtotal, and total. All of them are going to be numbers. We also want to go with order items. For the time being, it's just going to be an empty array, but I'll show you something really cool where we can set up a separate schema and then just reference that schema here in the array. Then we want to have a status, which is going to be a enum with some possible string values. We want to tie this to a user. So we want to reference the user, just like we did with some of the previous models. We want to set up client secret and payment ID. So this will be that initial thing that we're getting back from the Stripe. When we communicate, that's the one that we're sending back to the front end. And then once everything is complete, then front end sends us back the payment ID, which is in the success object. Also, we want to set up timestamps and eventually export the order model. So let's get cracking. We're looking for order.js, and like always, we want to start by getting the mongoose. Const mongoose is equal to require, and we're looking for mongoose. Then we want to create the schema, the order schema, and there's going to be two schemas here. Order schema, we're looking for mongoose, then schema, and in here we'll pass in tags. Like I said, it's going to be a number, so type number, and it's going to be required and true. Now we want to copy and paste this sucker 3 times, so 1, 2, 3, and we'll just change some values around. We'll say shipping fee, the next one will be subtotal, and as a side note, subtotal is going to be the total for all the cart items, where we multiply the price with the quantity, and then the total will be everything. So tax plus shipping fee plus the subtotal. So let's go here with total. And then we want to set up the cart items. Again, for time being, just set up the empty array, cart items, and we'll set it here. Then we want to tie this to a user. So user here. Then we'll set up type. Remember, mongoose dot schema dot, and then object ID. Then let's set up a reference. We'll say here user. And then lastly, we want to go with required, and we'll say true. And then 2 more things. We want to set up client secret and payment intent ID. So let's do that. We're going to go with client secret, and that will be a type string, and we'll set it up as required and true. And we also want to do the same thing with payment intent ID. However, it's not going to be required because we'll add that one later. So let's remove, and let's just go here with payment intent and ID. Then we want to add the timestamps, and we'll set it equal to true. Of course, we want to export this, so module exports, and that is equal to a mongoose model, and then we'll pass in the order as well as order schema. And once we have set up proper exports, there's 2 more things that I want to do. First, I want to set up the status for our order, and again, you can place it anywhere you want. In my case, I'm going to place it in between the user and cart items. So we go with status property, and that one will be equal to a type string. So type string, and in this case, we'll use the enum values. We'll say type string and enum, and that is equal to our array. We'll start with pending, and actually pending will be the default. So in this case, I'll say default, and that is equal to a pending one. Then let's add a few more values. So order possibly can be failed, paid, delivered, and also it can be canceled. And then I want to work on cart items. And if you remember, as far as array, one of the options we looked at, I believe that was product, correct? Here we looked at type, and then we set it up as string, and then we set up some kind of default. Now what's really cool, we can also pass here a schema. So when it comes to cart items, there's going to be more data. So each item is going to have name, price, amount, and product. And technically we can set it up directly here in the cart items, but I prefer setting it up as a separate schema, where I go with const single cart item, and then let's call this schema. That is equal to a mongoose schema. And in here, let's set up some properties. We'll start with name. That will be equal to type string and required true. And then let's copy and paste, and I'm going to have 4 of them. Again, pretty typical values for the cart. So most likely you're looking for the image, name, a price, as well as the amount. Now what we need to keep in mind though, that we'll be getting this data from our database. And you'll see that once we create the order. So let me navigate back. I just want to change these values around. This is going to be an image. Then we want to do the same thing with price. Now I want to set it up as number though. Number, and I also want to do it here, where I'll say amount, and that is equal to a number. Then we want to tie this to a product. So not only have name, image, and price, and by the way, it should be lowercase, I also want to set up an ID, a product ID. So we do that this way, where we go with product. And now, in order to speed this up, I'll just take these lines of code, scroll up, copy and paste, and then instead of referencing the user, we're referencing a product, correct? So we save all of this, and once we have our schema for single cart item, well, we'll just set it up over here. And now what's going to happen, as we're going to be setting up the order, we have a nice validation for cart items. So if any of them are going to be missing, or there's going to be some hanky-panky with product ID, then we'll get back the error and the user won't be able to submit the order. And with all of this in place, now we can move on and start setting up general structure for the orders. Beautiful. And once we're done with schema, let's set up the structure like we did for the previous model, where effectively we want to go with order controller in the controllers. We want to set up these functions. As far as the response, we already know the drill. After that, we want to set up order routes file in the routes, get all the controllers. Only gotcha here is that I want get all orders accessible only to the admin. Now, rest of the order routes still should be only available to the user if he or she has logged in. So we definitely want to set up that middleware. And this is the case where we'll use to all the routes. So if you want, you can set it up in app.js, like I mentioned previously. But when it comes to get all orders, not only I want the user to be logged in, I also want only admins to access that route. As far as the setup, typical REST, again, we have create and get all orders on the root. And then when it comes to update and get single order, we'll use the :ID, the route param, and then to get all current user orders, I'm going to set up this route, show all my orders. Just remember about the placement. That's something that we talked about. Then we want to import order routes as order router in the app.js. And this is going to be my root URL. So let's get cracking. And we're looking for controllers. We want to go with order controller.js. And in order to speed this up, I will right away grab everything from the README, like so. Order controller. We'll go right away with module exports, and we'll copy and paste. So I'm exporting all of them. And now let's set them up one by one. And I'll start with create order because that will be the toughest one. We'll have a bunch of moving pieces. And after that, I can guarantee you it's going to be smooth sailing from there. So let's go here with create order. And since it's the toughest one, we'll work on it first as well. So async, rec, and res. And then as far as response, like I said, the res.send. And let's just say create order. And now we want to set up rest of them. So let me copy and paste. I don't know how many I have there. 4 and I need 5. So in here, get all orders. Same deal here. Get all orders. Then get single order. Get single order. Get single order. Then we want to show all the orders that are associated with current user. And in this case, I'm going to call this get current user orders. I'll do the same thing here, get current user orders. And let's also update the order. So update order and update order here as well. Then we want to import everything into a routes file, which we haven't set up yet. So let's call this order routes.js. And just so I can speed this up a little bit, I'll take a look at the review routes and I'll grab everything up to a line 11. So take all of this we're navigating back to the order routes, copy and paste. So we set up the router. That's step number 1. Then what do we want to do? We want to get both. In my case, I'll set them up right here. So I want to get both. I want to get authenticate user as well as, like I just mentioned, authorized permissions. That's the second middleware I want. This is coming from authentication. Then we'll look for the order controller, whatever we're exporting, over here. And then it's not going to be a review. It's going to be a order controller. Now, as far as the routes, it's going to look something like this, where we go with router.route. And remember, the root route is going to be this one, API version 1 orders. So per typical REST setup, we'll place here a post 1. But remember, unless you set up the authenticate user in the app.js, which is also an option once you complete everything, you will need to add it here. So in my case, I'm going to go with authenticate user, comma, and then create order. And I know I'm repeating this, but I like this setup because that way I can clearly see what middleware I'm using. Otherwise, you're looking at it, you're like, okay, I have authorized permissions. Technically, I remember that I can only use it if I have authenticate user, but it just helps me if I go to the routes and I can clearly see, okay, this is the middleware I'm using. Is this something you need to follow? No. If you like the other setup, feel free to do that instead. This is just my preference, and therefore I'm going to set it up in this fashion. Then we want to go with get route. So this is going to be get all orders, but we need to do 2 things. First, we want to authenticate the user, correct? And second, I only want admin to access these routes. So we go here with authorized and permissions, correct? And what do we want to pass in? Admin, of course. Let's save that. Then we want to go with our ID, where we're looking for specific order, and we want to update. So router.route, then colon ID, and then get single order, and we also want to update. And for both of them, what do I want to add here? Authenticate user, so, comma, authenticate user here, and then let's go with patch, and we'll set up here again authenticate user, and then comma, and we want to go with update order. And then lastly, I want to show all the orders that are associated with the current user. But since my URL is / show all my users, like I showcased already previously, we need to remember that this will be treated as that ID, that show all my orders, and therefore we'll place it above. We'll go here with router.route, and as far as the route, it's going to be show all my users, show all my orders, and then same deal, we want to authenticate, of course, so it's going to be a get route, then authenticate user, comma, and then get, and we're looking for get current, I believe, get current user orders. We save this, and then the last step is in the app.js, where we navigate back. I'm looking for the order routes, and then lastly, what do we want to do? We want to set up over here, and then we want to test it in the Postman, correct? So orders, and then order router. Let's save this, and next video we'll test everything in the Postman. Wonderful. And once we have the structure, now let's quickly test everything in the Postman, just so we can see that our general setup is in place. We want to go with new one, new folder. In this case, I'm going to call this order. And then yes, I'll take a sneak peek at the dev order, just so I have the same stuff. So create order. This is going to go to the orders. Then we want to add a request. This is going to be a post request. Now the route will be URL and then orders, correct? So orders, we send it. And once I send, I get back an error. And let me double check. So in the order routes, yep, of course I'm not exporting. So let's go with module exports, and that is equal to a router. Let's try one more time. Now we have create order. That's a beautiful start. So now let me just duplicate this thing. So let me save everything, by the way, and remove these tabs since I have one too many in there. And then I'll duplicate this route, and then we'll rename it. We'll say get all orders, and that's going to be a get route, correct? So the URL is still the same, but it's going to be a get method. We send, and at this point I have unauthorized to access this route, which is awesome. That means that our authentication works since I'm logged in as Peter. If I go with John, and if I go back, and if I take a look at the get all orders, yep, I have it here. Now let me rename the first one. This is to create order. Then we want to set up get single order and update order. So let's create those routes. Get single order. As far as the URL, we'll go to the same place, but we'll add here a orders and then some kind of ID. For the time being 123. Let's send. Now we have get single order. Awesome. Let's close again some tabs. And then let's copy this request. And we're looking for a different name. We'll say update order. Then we'll also change the method. So go here with batch. Let's save it. Let's send update order. And lastly, we want to show the orders for the current user. So let's go up and let's say here add request, and we'll say show current user orders. And then the URL here is going to be the URL variable /orders. And then we go with /, and now let me double check, show all my orders. That's the route I went with. And then let's copy and paste, and we should get back, get current user orders. So with this in place, we have the general structure. We can test it in the Postman and everything works. So now we can start finally working on the controllers. Beautiful. And once we're done testing everything in the Postman, now let's start working on our first controller, create order, which is going to be the most complex one. So once we're done with this one, then it's pretty much smooth sailing from here. But since it is complex, I want to split this up in a few videos, because that way I feel it's going to be easier for everyone to follow along. And before we start setting up any kind of functionality, let's also be clear on what we're expecting from the front end. And again, this is where I'll showcase the front end application, where there's going to be the shipping fee that's coming in. We're also sending the tags, and we want to send in the cart items. So essentially the cart, correct? And in that array, we'll have a bunch of objects. Now in my case, I set up some mock data with only 2 items, but effectively we want to see there an image, we want to see the quantity, and also a very important part is having that product ID. So before we start setting up any kind of functionality, let's set up a proper request in the Postman. Now this is the case where I suggest using my mock data. So look for mock data folder. We have one for products.json, okay? But what I want you to use here is this. So these are going to be our requests. Now, you can add some more stuff if you want, but in my case, I have 2 of them. I have one where I'm just sending in one product. And then I have the second one where I have the items array with 2 products. And effectively, notice we have tax, we have the shipping fee. And if you're wondering why we have these huge numbers, please remember the previous project where I covered that when it comes to a payment processor like Stripe, it's looking for the smallest unit of the currency. So if I'm paying this in dollars, actually it is $4.99 because this is in cents. That's why those numbers are so huge. And then check it out. So I have items array, and in there I have the name, price for the item, as well as the amount and the product. And this is the case where I want you to have at least 2 products in your database, and you'll need to copy and paste the proper product ID. Otherwise, none of this is going to make sense. Now, since these are JSON objects, you can directly take them. In my case, I think I'll start with one and then I'll show you what happens if we have more items. So let me go back to my Postman. I'm looking for create order. I want to go for raw. I want to go for JSON, correct? Then we want to copy and paste and just make sure that before you send, first, you need to fix all the typos. And second, what you want to do, you want to make sure that this actually matches one of your products. Now, don't worry that this data doesn't match. We'll get the proper data from the database. What we're really looking for is this product ID as well as the amount, because that will signal the quantity of the product. So now let me remove this dummy one and let me get all my products. In my case, I have 2 right away. So if something, add another product behind the scenes. So let me take the ID again. I'm looking for the product ID. And then when it comes to creating an order, I want to copy and paste. We send it out. Okay, we got back the response. And now let's go back to our project. And we're looking for order controller. And like I said, we'll start with create order. Now, before we do anything, we want to set up the imports. And just so we can speed this up a little bit, I'm actually going to look in the review. And I'm looking for following things. I want the product model, and you'll see why. I'll also need status codes, custom error, and check permissions. So those are the things that I'm looking for. And then, of course, since it is an order controller, I also want order model. So go to review controller. You can just copy all these things, copy and paste, and then product stays the same. What you want to change it around here is the order. So I'm looking for my models folder and more specifically order. Then we want to proceed to a create order. And before we do anything, I want to pull out items from the rec.body, tax, and shipping fee. So let me go here. Let's say const. And the name is items, but I'll right away give it an alias of cart items. So if you want, you can change it around in the actual Postman. But in my case, since I already have in mock data as items, I'm just going to keep it like that, just so it's less confusing to people. I'm looking for cart items, tax, and shipping fee. And then all of that is coming from rec and body. And before we set up the functionality where we're checking if the product actually exists, I want to do 2 things. First, I want to check whether there are any items in my cart. And then I want to make sure that tax and shipping fee is passed along. So let's go here with if cart items does not exist or the length is less than 1. Basically, if it's an empty array. So we'll say here, if the length, by the way, toughest word in programming for me, length, always mess it up. If the length is less than 1, then we want to throw error. So let's go with throw, new, we're looking for custom error in this case, dot, and then we're looking for bad request. And we'll say no cart items provided. Then we also want to check for tax and shipping fee. So let's set up another if statement. If no tax or if no shipping fee, then again we will throw a 404. Let's copy and paste. Or I'm sorry, 400. My bad. So bad request. And as far as the message in this case, I'm looking for please provide tax and shipping fee. Let's save that. And now let's test it out. And as a side note, I think I removed the response. So let's go with res.send and let's just set it up as create order. Create order one more time. And let's just see whether our functionality, the initial one, works. If everything is provided, I get back create order. But if I start removing some stuff, we should be getting back the 400s. Yep, this works. And now let me just quickly test it with items as well, where I'll send back empty array and I have no cart items provided. Beautiful. So with this in place, what we can do now is to start checking for the product. But here's the big gotcha. In order to test the product, whether the product exists, we'll have to use the product model, correct? And we'll use one of the methods we already used before. Find one, and we'll pass in the product ID. Now, where is the product ID sitting? Well, it's sitting in this property, correct? The product one. But it is await. And we cannot use for each on my array, or we cannot use map. So what we will need to do is set up for of loop. And that way we can run await inside of the loop. And before we set up the loop, I also want to set up two variables. We'll go with let order items is equal to an empty array. So this is an array that we'll construct by running some logic in each iteration. And the second one will be subtotal. So subtotal will be the price multiplied by the quantity for every item. And we'll just keep on adding to this value. And don't worry, you'll see how everything works in a second. And then again, we want to set up for of loop because we have a synchronous operation inside of the loop. You won't be able to do that with for each or map. So the syntax is following, where we go with for, and we need to come up with some kind of name for that particular item. So now I'm talking about the cart items array. And in my case, I'm just going to call this item, and then of and cart items. So that's my array. If there are some items in the cart items, which I'm checking right here, then we'll set up our loop. And inside of it, the logic is going to look something like this, where we will go with const db product. So now I'm looking for that specific product. And like I said, we'll use await, then product. And now let's go with find and one, correct? And in here, let's say, get me the product whose ID matches what? Well, in the items, I have a product property, correct? What does it have? It has the ID. So set it here to item. That's each and every item in the iteration. And then the product. And we right away want to set up the check, where if it does not exist, then we throw 404. And also remember that if there's going to be some kind of issue with the syntax of an ID, we'll right away get the error from our error handler. And let's test it out, where I'm going to go here and I'll say if the product does not exist, if db product does not exist, then we want to throw another error. In this case, it's going to be a 404. So say not found. And then as far as the text, well, let's just say no product with ID, and then let's provide the ID. Now, where again is the ID? It is in the item and then dot product. So if I go back and if I send, everything should be correct. But if I start messing with an ID, you'll notice that we'll right away start getting back the 404 responses. And in this case, I messed with the syntax. And that's why I'm getting this from our error handler. And if I go back and if I just start tampering with the values, for example, I'll add 4 here. This is coming from our controller. And again, the whole point is I want to get the proper values from my database. So I'm not relying on the front end. So let me fix everything and send the correct request. I'm getting back create R, which is just awesome. And now in our iteration, what do we want to do? Well, if the product exists, then we want to pull out name, price, image, as well as underscore ID. because that will be the product ID, correct? So let's go here with const name, price, image, and you can make an argument that there's really no point to pull out the ID since we already accessed it. But in my case, I'm just going to keep it. So I'm looking for DB product here. And once I pull out those properties, now I want to set up a single order item. Now, what am I talking about is this one. So now I want to set up this single cart item schema. And the order items eventually will be my cart items. And then once I pull out these properties from my product, let's also console log them just so we can see that everything works. So name, price, and image. And again, keep in mind that this is a loop. So in this case, yes, we only have one product. But even if I'm going to have 100, I'll still have the same functionality where I'll iterate over all my items and I'll check whether the product actually exists. So let me go back, let me send it. And then if I open up the console, check it out. Now I have product number 1. So that's the name. That's the correct price as well as my image. So now what do we want to do? Well, we want to create this. We want to create this item where we pass in name, image, price amount, as well as the product ID. So we're going to go below here and we'll construct a new object. We'll say const, then single order, and let's call this item is equal to a object. And then first we want to set up the amount. Now amount is still in the item. Remember, that's the one that's coming in with the front end. So say here item dot and then amount, comma. Then we have name, price, image, and also a product property, which is the ID, correct? So that's the case where we can just pull it out of the database, or you can just look for item.product. That's really up to you. I'm just showing you multiple ways how we can achieve this. Let's go here with ID. And once I have that single order item, remember, we're still in that loop iteration. And there's two things that I want to do. First, I want to add item to the order. I want to add it to my array over here. So let's go here with comment, and then I'll say add item to order. And we'll do that in the following way where I go with order items, and I'm just going to use the spread operator. Again, there's multiple ways how we can do that. So that's my preference. Order items. So whatever items we have, initially, of course, it's empty array, but with each iteration, there's going to be already item there. And then we go with single order item. Now that's the first thing. Then second, I want to calculate the subtotal, because as I'm adding items to my order items, I also want to calculate, well, what is the subtotal for my cart? And how do we can do that? Well, first, we can set up a comment, calculate, and subtotal. Then I want to grab my variable, which initially is 0. And then in each iteration, I'll multiply the item amount times the price. So what is the quantity of the product times the price of the product. And in each iteration, I'm just going to keep on adding to this 0. So we don't want to override that. You don't want to do it this way. What you want to do is plus equals. So in that case, in each iteration, we're adding that. So we'll say here item, then amount, and then we'll go with price. Let's save it. And now I simply want to console log two things. I want to log the order items, and I also want to log the subtotal, just so we can see that this works. And then in next video, we'll complete everything by setting up the fake Stripe communication and all that cool stuff. So now let me go back. Let me send it. And once we send in a console, we should see the item in our array with the object ID and all that. And also I have the subtotal. So that's the total for all my cart items, where for each item, I multiply, well, the quantity of the product with the price of the product. And if you see the same result, we can successfully move on to the next step. All right, and once we have successfully set up the logic to create order items as well as subtotal, now let's do two things. First, we want to communicate with Stripe, but this is the case where we'll set up a fake communication because I don't want to involve another library in this project. And second, we want to create an order. And you know what, in between the videos, I kind of came to conclusion that it's going to make a little bit more sense if I'm going to call this order items. So order items in the order.js, and then the same thing over here. So single order item schema. My apologies. For some reason, I thought that cart makes sense. But as I'm looking at the function right now, I'm thinking if I name this order items and set it equal to order items, it's going to make more sense in the long run. So I've got my items. I have here a alias for them, cart items. I iterate over them and I set up the order items. Now, if you remember the previous project, the Stripe payment one, let me take a look at the final one, Stripe controller. I said that this was just to show you how we would do some kind of calculations, correct? The most important part of this project was communicating with Stripe. And if you take a look at our create order, now you can kind of see what kind of functionality we're going to have. So in here, we were just adding some values, but normally this is what you'll do. You'll communicate with your database and you'll set up all the values when it comes to the cart, subtotal, and all of that. So now let's communicate with Stripe. Let's get that payment instead. But like I said, I'm not going to involve another library. Instead, I'll set up a fake one. We'll create a simple function that takes in amount and currency. And as far as the amount, we are looking for that total, which we haven't calculated yet. And then we want to return, again, some fake client secret. And once all of this is there, then we want to create the order. And also one more important point that I would like to make is this, where the idea of our backend is to check whether everything is correct. So once the user clicks on proceed to checkout, that's when we run those three things. That's where we check the product, we communicate with Stripe, and we create an order. And if at any point something fails, then user won't be able to see this page. This is very, very important. That's the goal for our backend, is again, to check whether everything is correct with cart, whether products exist, and what are their correct prices. It is to communicate with Stripe to get that client secret, and it's also to create an order. And if one piece is missing, or if something's not provided, then the user won't be able to see this page. If the user can see this page, that means that everything is correct, and the only thing that user needs to do is to provide the cart values. Hopefully that is clear. So now let me navigate back to our project, and here's what we want to do. First, I want to calculate the total. So how do we do that? Well, I already have the subtotal. I already have the tax and shipping fee. So I simply need to add them up, correct? So let me remove this. We'll say here, const, and I'll call this total, is equal to, and then we'll go with tax plus, then shipping fee plus, and subtotal. So we iterate over our cart, we'll get subtotal, and now we add everything up to a total. So that's total part. So calculate, and then total. Now we want to communicate with Stripe to get the client secret. So let's say get client secret. Now again, we're not going to involve the actual Stripe library. We will set up a fake function instead. So first, let me come up with some kind of variable. In my case, payment intent, and that is equal to await. So it's going to be asynchronous, just so we have a little bit more realistic setup. Fake Stripe API, and in here we pass in two things. We'll pass in the amount, which is going to be the total, and we'll also pass in the currency, which will be equal to a USD. Let's save it, and now we just want to create that fake function. So let's scroll up above the create order. we're going to go here with const fake Stripe API. It's going to be asynchronous. And as far as the parameters, well, we're looking for the object, and in there's going to be the amount and currency. And when it comes to functionality, I want to create some fake client secret, and that's just going to be some random value. So client secret variable, and that is equal to some random and then a value. And then just like with normal Stripe, I want to return something. I'm going to return a object, and I'm just going to return a client secret and then also the amount. This is just a fake function that returns those values. And again, if there's some kind of issue, there's going to be an error and user won't be able to proceed to the checkout. So let's imagine that we successfully got back our client secret. Now what? Well, now we want to finally create that order. So we go here with const order, and that is equal to await order dot create, and then let's pass in the object. And now we want to add all the properties that are required, and those are order items. We also want to pass in total. We want to pass in subtotal. Then we want to set up tax, a shipping fee, and client secret. Now, what is the client secret? Well, it is payment intent, and then whatever the name here. And in my case, that is client secret. So let's set it up where we go with client, and then secret, and that is equal to my payment intent dot, and then client secret, client underscore secret. And lastly, we want to tie this to a user, and where the user is located, well, in rec.user, correct? So user property is equal to a rec user and then user ID. Let's save it. And now once we create the order, now we want to send back res.status, and we'll go with status codes and 201. So created. And then when it comes to response, let's send back the object. In there we'll have two things, order and client secret. Client secret, which is, again, equal. You can either pull it out of the order, or you can just go with payment intent and secret. So in my case, I think I'm going to go with order and then client secret. Let me, by the way, set up here, comma. I have a typo. So I'll add a comma here, and then we're looking for client and secret. So once we save all of this, we can go back to the Postman and send it. So we send it here, we create the order, and now check it out. So that's my tax, shipping fee, subtotal, total, and the order items. As far as status, it is pending, but if everything is correct, the only thing that user needs to do is actually pay. And now let's test it out with few values in the array, whether our functionality works. So again, I'm going to go back to my mock data, where it is located. That's the Stripe one. It is orders. So now let me take this. But again, what you want to do is set up proper IDs. Otherwise, you'll be getting back the errors. So let me take this. Let me remove and replace with this. Then get all products. Again, in my case, I have right away two of them. So if you don't, then I suggest adding them. Now that's my first order. Now in the second one, product ID here. And then let's keep scrolling. And let's get this value. And let's also add it here as well. So once we have both of them, once we send, voila, we have the order again. In this case, values are different, but the idea is exactly the same. So now we have a second order as well. And if you get back same results, now we can start working on the rest of the controllers. Beautiful. And once we're done with most complex one, the create order, now I want to work on the rest of them. And since it's our last model, I actually want to combine all of them in one video, because at this point, you should be very familiar with the functionality. And I also highly suggest trying to implement this yourself first, because even if you get stuck, This is going to be a very, very good practice for you. Now, as far as my suggestions, remember, get all orders is admins only. So if we take a look at the routes, we just need to double check whether the middleware is there, correct? So let me go to the routes folder, looking for order routes. And if you follow along with the video, you should have here authorized permissions. But as far as logic, we want all the orders. So that should be very, very straightforward. Then when it comes to current user orders, or I'm skipping one ahead, get single order. Not only I want to check whether order exists by ID, I also want to check the permissions. Then, as far as the get current user orders, remember that user ID is sitting in reg.user since we have middleware front. And as far as updating the order, we want to get the order ID from reg.params. We want to get payment intent ID from reg.body. Then we want to find the order. If the order doesn't exist, 404. We also want to check for permissions. We only want the user who's associated or the admin to be able to do that. And then we want to set payment intent ID equal to whatever we're getting back from reg.body and the order status as paid. So let's get cracking. And I'm going to go first to order controller. I'll set up all the functionality and then we'll test it out in a Postman. Otherwise, it's too much switching back and forth. Get all orders. What do we want to do here? Well, we want to use find method, correct? So const orders is equal to await order.find, and then we pass in empty object. That's it. Now we're getting all the orders. And again, I know I said this before, but keep in mind, only admins can do that. So yes, there's very little functionality, but it's only allowed to admin. And then we'll go with res, and let's add a status here. As far as the status, we'll set it up as okay. So status codes, and okay, if you want to add some more stuff, for example, pagination, you can do so. In my case, I'm just looking here for JSON, and I want to send back the orders and the count. So orders and dot and length. After that, I want to work on get single order. And in this case, I'm just going to remove it. And first, we're looking for ID, which is going to be in reg.params, correct? So ID, and I'll give it an alias of order ID. That is equal to reg.params. Then we want to set up the order. So I want to try to get the order. If it doesn't exist, then it's going to be 404, and then we'll check for the permissions. So const order here is equal to await order and then find one. In here, we'll pass in the underscore ID and then order ID. If it does not exist, what do? We throw 404. And in order to speed this up, why don't we go here? And I'm just going to take this if statement. Now, again, if you want to recreate it from the scratch, that's up to you. But I'm just going to take this one here. And then instead of DB product, if there is no order, and then we'll say no order with ID. And then we're looking for the order ID, correct? And then in the update one, we'll also reuse this functionality. Then we want to go with check permissions, and two things we want to pass in. The current user, which is reg.user, and also the user that is on the order. So we go with order and then .user. And if there's any kind of issue, then of course there's going to be an error. And lastly, we go with res.status. We are looking for status codes. We'll say okay if everything is correct, and then JSON, and then let's send back our order over here. Now, get current user orders. What are the steps? Well, I want to get all the orders that are associated with what? With the current user, correct? Now, what is the property? It is user. And what's it equal to? It's equal to reg.user user ID. Let's go to the next one, the get current user orders. And let's start by just getting the orders. Then we'll set it equal to await, then order dot find, and then let's pass in the user, and let's set it equal to rec.user, and then user ID. And then in the next line, we're going to go with the res.status, and we'll pass in the status codes, okay, and then dot and JSON, and then we'll set up the orders. Orders count, and then orders length. Orders dot and length. And lastly, when it comes to updating the order, most of the stuff is going to be exactly the same like we have here for getting the single user, or sorry, single order. That's what happens if you have 10,000 models. My apologies, I meant order. So we take all that functionality. We want to remove the current one. We're still looking for order ID. That's true, but I also want to get the payment ID. So if everything is correct, if the payment goes through, we'll get back the payment intent ID in the success object, and then we'll update our order. So let's go back, say const, and we're looking for payment intent and ID. Again, in the Postman, we'll obviously set it up ourselves, and then we'll still check for the order. If it doesn't exist, we throw error. We'll still check for permissions. We don't want Susan to be updating Peter's orders or Peter updating Susan's orders. And then we want to change the payment intent ID. We want to set it equal to this. And then when it comes to status, it's going to be paid. So I get the order, I check the permissions, and now I'm going to go with payment intent ID is equal to payment intent ID. And then I also want to do the same thing here, where I go with order, and then dot status is equal to, and we'll set it equal to paid. Lastly, we want to go with await order dot save, correct? And let's send back the order. So we have here a JSON, an order, so all of that looks correct. So now let's go back to the Postman and let's test it out. First, I want to see who's the user. So let me go here, show current user. It is John. So that is admin. So now if I go to get all orders, if I send, I should be successful, which is just awesome. So now let's change things around and let's log in as, I don't know, Peter. Let's say here, Peter. Let's send it. Now I want to create the same order. So let's create the order. I have the ID and all that. That's awesome. And again, we're looking for this one. That's going to be the order ID. And before we do anything, before we check the single order, let's also try to access all orders. And we are not successful, which is just great. Now, as far as the single order, we want to go with orders. Then we want to send. And of course, that's not what I wanted. So here, let me take this ID. Again, I'm looking for order ID. We want to get the single one. Single one here. Let's send it. Okay, that looks about right. Now I also want to get all my orders. So let me send. Yep. Again, I have one order. That makes sense. And then as far as updating the order, first I want to pass in the ID. And second, when it comes to body, raw, JSON, and then remember what we're looking for. We're looking for that payment intent. So in here, we'll just go with payment intent ID, and I'm just going to set it to some random ID. Let's save it. Let's send. And since order exists, we have the correct ID. And since the owner is Peter, we're successful, and as a result, we're done setting up the order controllers. All right, that concludes the core functionality of the API. And now let's set up the documentation. And in this project, instead of Swagger UI, which we used in Jobs API, we're going to use package by the name of DocGen, just so you are aware of the alternatives. Now, personally, I actually prefer DocGen because, in my opinion, the setup is much faster and way less complex. And also, the end result is way more user-friendly, at least, again, in my opinion. Yes, it might have less features, but personally, when it comes to consuming APIs, I actually prefer simplicity over the amount of features. Just my 2 cents. In order to get started, search for DocGen GitHub repo or simply follow the link in the README. So either utilize your search engine or you can just go to README, and then here I left the link. Bravely click on that, and once you get here, you'll have to install. So this is going to be the setup for the Mac as well as an installation. And if you're going with Windows, just follow these directions. And once you're done with an install, at least on Mac, you should see something like this, where if you go to terminal and type DocGen, that's the screen that is going to appear. So set up DocGen on your machine and then follow along with the videos. Beautiful. And once we have installed DocGen, next steps are following, where we want to export the collection, the e-commerce one, and then we want to use DocGen to build our index.html. However, there's also a small middle step where I want to provide the value for the URL variable. And you'll see what I mean in a second. So let me navigate to the Postman. In here, I'm looking for my e-commerce one. Then more specifically, I'm looking for the export one. Yep, I want to export, and then you just need to come up with the name and the place. So in my case, I'm going to set it up on the desktop, and I'm just going to call this docs.json. Let's save it. And then you'll notice that, for example, if you use your text editor to open this up, URL is not converted to some kind of value. So in here, basically, I have this URL variable. And technically, if you want, you can leave it the way it is. But in my case, first I'll provide the localhost for this value. And then once we deploy our application to Heroku, I'll take the URL from Heroku and then pass it here as well. And effectively what we want to do, and I know this is a little bit of manual labor, but you want to select everything starting with double curlies and the ending curlies, and then use Command D to select all the instances. Then basically we'll remove them like so. So let's remove, and now let's navigate to the URL. Again, in my case, that is localhost 5000. I'll copy, go back here, copy and paste, and just make sure to remove that /. So remove it here, save it, and now we have docs, where the URL is actually pointing to the existing URL. Granted, it's still in development, but eventually we'll provide the production one as well. Then we want to navigate to the desktop, and we need to do that in the terminal as well. So let's do it here, cd desktop, and then check out the command. If we want to build a documentation, we're looking for docgen build, then -i, the file name, in my case docs.json, and then as far as the output, it's going to be index.html. So let me go to my terminal. I'll say docgen build, then input, then the file name, docs.json, and then as far as the output, I want to go with index.html. And docgen will successfully build the HTML for us. And our next step is following, where I want to look for my Node Express one, and then more specifically for project number 10, correct? And starter, and then public, and then drag and drop this index.html into the public one. So take this index.html, that's our docs, and then let's just copy and paste. And then once we do that, once we go to a localhost 5000, we should see our docs. Lastly, since we will deploy our app on Heroku, it's also very wise to add some security packages. We'll start with Express Rate Limiter in order to limit requests made from each IP address, Helmet to set security-related HTTP response headers, XSS Clean to sanitize user input, Express Mongo Sanitize to protect against MongoDB injection, and CORS to allow access from different domains. But when it comes to CORS, keep in mind one thing. We are sending JWTs with cookies, correct? And remember, they will only work if the frontend is on the same domain. Just be aware of that. And lastly, if you want to find out more info about any of the packages, please utilize the library docs. But in general, it's really not that complex. Just install the package and you're good to go. So let's start working on that. And before I type anything in the app.js, I want you to take a look at the package.json. And if you do not see the Express Mongo Sanitize, since I added this one later, then we'll have to install it together. So let me stop the server. I'm going to go with npm install the package, and then we can go to app.js. And I guess before we do that, I'll start the server. Then back in the app.js, we want to require all of the packages. And it doesn't really matter where we do that, but I think I'm going to go right after the file upload. So one by one, let's start with rate limiter, since we used that one first. So rate limiter is equal to require, and then the package was express rate limit. Then we want to do the same thing with helmet. So in here we're looking for helmet. Then the package name is helmet. After that we want to look for XSS. So let me go here with X. And this one was XSS clean package. Then we want to get the CORS, and then the same name for the package. And also we want to get Express Mongo Sanitize. So const Mongo Sanitize, and that is equal to require. And then we're looking for Express Mongo Sanitize. Once we have all the imports, we want to scroll down, and I think I'm going to set them up above the Morgan and Express.json. We'll start with a rate limiter, and remember, if it's behind the proxy, then we need to set app.set trust proxy, and then 1. After that, let's set up that rate limiter. So app.use, and let's just go here with rate limiter. And then we'll right away pass in the object with Windows milliseconds property, and we'll set it equal to 15 minutes. So let's set up here times 60 times 1000. And then as far as the requests, I'm going to go with max and 60. So I'll keep it just like we had in the Jobs API project. After that, I want to go with helmet, CORS, and Mongo Sanitize. And we just go with app.use helmet. We invoke it, copy and paste. Let's type CORS, invoke it, XS, invoke it, and then the same goes for Mongo Sanitize. And with this in place, we're ready to deploy our application. Beautiful. So now let's deploy our application on Heroku. And for this, you'll definitely need a Heroku account as well as Heroku CLI. So if for some reason you don't have them, then please go back to Jobs API, where I show how to set everything up. And assuming that you have both Heroku account as well as CLI, let's proceed. And first, what I want to do is to remove the project. Basically, let me add here, copy from the main repo. Again, it's always my preference, since that way you don't have to deal with some silly bugs. I want to open up my main repo. I'm looking for the starter here. I'm just going to copy, basically. Yes, I'm copying right now with node modules and everything. That's, of course, not the wisest thing. But remember that once we push it up, it doesn't really matter. They're going to be ignored. And in my case, I'm going to call this e-commerce. And I'm just going to drag and set it up here on a desktop. So that is going to be my project. Now what I want to do is basically close this one. and open up a new window for my Visual Studio Code. And let's start the deployment. Let me drag and drop, and I'm looking for the README. I want to follow these steps over here. And essentially the first thing we want to do is change the command. And what we want to do is go to a package.json. And notice with the start, we're running nodemon, correct? So let's copy and paste. Let's add a comma here. And this will still be a start command, but we'll use node in order to spin it up. And then this is going to be a dev one. So just in case you ever need it to run on your local machine, you can just run npm dev instead of npm start. So that's first thing. Then let's double check. We also want to set up a node version package.json. And as a side note, I already did that. But if you ever need to do that for your own project, remember, we need to go with engines, and then in my case, I went with 14. Then we want to set up a proc file. And here, I guess the biggest gotcha is the space. So if you'll mess this up, then you'll get bugs once you deploy. So make sure that once you set up the proc file, which is necessary again for the Heroku, make sure that you have correct spacing according to their docs. If you won't, you will get bugs. And that is coming from personal experience. Then, what do we want to do? We want to remove existing Git repo. So just in case the remote URL is still pointing to my repo, you want to go with rm, at least on Mac. And as a side note, if you go to my Twitter, in one of the posts, I share also a command for Windows, just in case you need it. But for the Mac, in order to remove the existing repo, you want to go with rm, rf, and then git. So once you do that, we'll start with clean slate. Then we want to initialize the repo, and we do that with git init. Then we want to go with git add, and effectively we'll add everything. Just make sure that you have git ignore, and then node modules, and then .env is ignored. Make sure that you have that. In my case, I do. So I'll go with git.add. Then we want to go with git commit, and let's just say first commit. And once we have all of this in place, then again, let me open up README. We want to set up the Heroku thing. So we'll say here Heroku and then login. So we want to log in. And they'll ask us to press any key. Then they will navigate to their website. And I have logged in. And then we want to create a new app. And basically the command is Heroku create. Now, if you omit this, then they'll give you a name for your app, but in my case, that's not what I want. So I'm going to go with Heroku, and I'll use this one, since that's the one that I just deleted. That's the one that you were able to access previously. So I'm going to go with Heroku create. So let me copy and paste. And then once I have all of this in place, I have my application. And before we go any further, let me clear the console. And let me just double check. So git remote, and we want to check whether the URL is definitely pointing to Heroku. That's a must. And since in my case everything looks about right, now what we want to do is to set up our environment variables in our application. And I'm going to right away use the graphical interface approach. And just to jog your memory, if I go to Heroku, we should see our application. So that's the app. I mean, nothing is there yet, but at least the app is there. Then we want to go to a settings. And then more specifically, we're looking for this one. And now one by one, you want to take your environment variables from .env and set the key equal to a value. And once you're done with that, then we can push this up to Heroku. And the command is git push Heroku. And in my case, it's master, but according to their docs, it is main. So set up the environment variables. And once you're done, continue with the video. And once I'm done setting up my environment variables, I'm going to go with git push Heroku and master. So let me clear everything. and we're going to go with git push Heroku and master. We push this up, and if we want to take a look what's happening, we can actually take a look at the logs. We'll see the build and all that cool stuff. And if everything is correct, our application should be eventually running. So let me just wait. I mean, sometimes it takes a little bit of time, so I'll try to entertain you while the process is taking place. Yep, it looks about right. And as you can see now, my server is starting on port 55585. And then eventually I should be able to open up the app. And if I see the docs, then I'm in good shape. Beautiful. We have successfully pushed our project onto Heroku. So it's live. But before we can move on to the next project, there's 3 things that I want to fix. First, I want to set up here the production URL, the e-commerce API, then Heroku.app one. Then I want to remove some lines of code that were useful while we were developing, but we don't need them in production. And lastly, you're probably noticing that if I'm clicking on some of the requests that should open, we're not able to open them. And more specifically, if we take a look at the console, we'll see this error. And essentially it is because the package, the docgen package, is using inline JavaScript. And since we're using Helmet, it's essentially forbidding that. So there's few ways how we can work around that. And I think I'm just going to go the route where we'll set up everything as far as JavaScript in a separate file. And if you're someone iffy on these things, don't worry, I'll cover them in greater detail in a second. So first, let's navigate back to our project. And like I said, I'm going to start by cleaning out some code that we won't need here. So let me remove this. And the same goes for Morgan. Pretty much once we push this up to production, either we set up the condition where we only log this if we're not in production, or we can just remove this line of code. So that's step number 1. Then I want to navigate back to my docs.json. Again, open it up in my text editor, like so. And now I want to select everywhere where I have this HTTP local host, like so. So make sure that you select that. And we'll just replace it with our production URL. Again, a little bit of manual labor. Let's remove. Let's go over here. Now I want to go actually to a home page. So let me navigate back here. Take this. And then we want to paste here. Again, remember to remove that 1 / the trailing one. Save it. Those are going to be our new docs. So before we go any further, we want to go to a terminal. We want to massively zoom in, and then we want to go with cd desktop. Then let's go with docgen. And remember the command build and input is going to be docs.json, and then when it comes to output, we're looking for index and HTML. We build our docs one more time, hopefully the last one now. Then let's go to e-commerce. And then I just want to drag and drop this index.html where I have the public folder. So just replace it, and now we have new docs. And if we want to test it out, we can go back to our project. And I believe I actually had a typo there in the start. So now everything is fixed. In between the videos I removed, there was a extra letter. So start command is node app.js, and then we have the dev one as well. So now let me test out the dev one. So I'll go with npm, and then run, and then dev. So if we navigate to a port 5000 now, we should see the new docs. And yep, there it is. Now I have my e-commerce API. And once we're done with the first 2, now let's fix this error as well, this one. And again, this is happening because we have some inline JavaScript. And we can either start providing some configuration options to the Helmet, but since that pretty much controls everything that's happening in my site, I don't want to do that. Instead, I'll turn this one index.html, into 2 files. So there's going to be one HTML file and one for JavaScript. Yes, it's going to be maybe tiny bit annoying, but we'll get there in no time. So first we want to navigate to index.html, and you'll notice that everything is going to be minified. So first what we can do, we can format the document, and we're going to go with HTML language. So yep, it's going to take a little bit of time, but eventually you should get there. So this is the entire document. So that's the HTML. But as we keep scrolling, eventually we should hit the jQuery. So notice they're using the jQuery and they're using the inline script tags. So here's what we want to do. Now we want to make sure that we have just one script tag. Basically, it's going to be easier to select everything. Notice the moment I push the code down, now I have the beginning one. I can collapse it, and then I have the ending one. So here's what we can do. We can take both of the tags, cut it out, and then back in the public, let's create a new file. We'll say browser and browser app.js. Let's copy and paste. Let's remove the end tag and then the opening tag as well. We won't need them anymore. We can save it. It's going to nicely format for us. And then back in the index.html, what you want to do is set up script tags in this case. And now the path is going to be browser app.js. So now let me stop the server just to stay on the safe side. I'm going to go with npm run dev. And then if you take a look at the localhost 5000, you should be able to see the docs, and more specifically, should be able to toggle them. And yep, everything works. So now what's left? Well, we need to go back to our terminal, clear everything, and remember the steps. So we go with git add, and then we add everything, git commit, and we'll say added few fixes. Then we want to go with git push, and then Heroku master. And once everything is done, once we go to our production URL, we should see a few things. We should see, first of all, that the URL variable is actually pointing to a production application. And second, the users who will be able to collapse, basically open up some of the routes. So if I go back right now to the e-commerce one and refresh, check it out. Not only I can see the production URL, once I click, notice it nicely displays what values user needs to provide. That should do it for the project. Hopefully everyone enjoyed it, and I hope to see you in the next one. Okay, and at the very end, let's also deploy our e-commerce project on the render platform. So I'm going to navigate back to my desktop. I want to grab the final one here. So not the final front end, just the final one. Then let's open up the text editor, drag and drop. And here, as always, let's start by removing the existing Git repo. Then after that, we want to set up a new one. Git add, git commit. Let's go with first commit. Then let's set up a new repo. So let's go over here, repositories. We want to go a new one. Again, I'm going to call this temp e-commerce node course, and we want to go with create repository. Then we want to grab those lines of code. Let's clear everything, copy and paste. We should see the project here. And we know the drill. Basically, we just need to go to render, create a new one, web service. We should see the latest repo. And let's just click on connect. As far as the name, I'm going to go with node course e-commerce one. Environment node, region Ohio. The branch main build command is going to be npm install, and let me double check. Do I have the server? No, I have the app over here. And the process env is Mongo URL. Okay, good to know. So I'm going to go with the free one. And then as far as the advanced, I think I'm going to right away go with .env. I really like this approach. where basically we can store the entire file. We don't need to go one by one. So let me go add secret file. Then I'm going to copy and paste the contents. And once that is done, you can just create a new web service. Again, it's going to take a few minutes, so I'll stop the video and I'll resume it once the deployment is complete. All right, and it looks like the deployment is complete. So let me just open up the URL, and yep, looks like everything is correct. And with this in place, we have successfully also deployed our e-commerce application to the Render platform.